아 그리고 이거 원래는 한글을 지원을 안 해요. 한글을 지원을 안 하고 제가 그걸로 바꿨거든요. 아 패치를 받았거든요. 한국어 몰라야지. 이전에 스탠리 패러블을 플레이해본 적이 있으신가요? 저는 없죠? 저는 이거 해본 적 없어요. 컴퓨터가 보이지 않을 때까지 슬라이드를 조정하라고 했는데 그니까 여기서 시키는 대로 하려면 한 이 정도로 바꾸라는 거잖아요. 근데 저는 이거 나오면은 무조건 밝게 땡겨요. 무슨 게임을 하든 간에 무조건 이렇게 땡겨. 무조건 진짜로 공포 아니어도요. 현재 시각? 접근성 기능은 매일매일 설정할 수 있습니다. 알겠습니다.
와 스탠리 패러블 그거 정말 갓겜.
태신님 100비트 연금 감사합니다. 내 케미치가 여기가 맞을지 모르겠다.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month
혹시 이거 전작인가요?
every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment
그래요?
of the orders
전작 이야기예요 이거?
as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley
이거 유저 패치예요. 근데 이게
And then
공식
one
한글이
day,
아니라 유저
something very
패치입니다.
peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had
부럽다.
arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
신의 직장이잖아. 신의
No one
직장.
had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his
저도요.
desk and stepped out of his office.
아무도 방해하지 않는 그곳에서 살고 싶어요. 뭐야? 나 지금 조작해야 되는구나. 오케이. 자막 크기요? 자막은 여기 매우 크게로 보는 게 맞을 것 같아. 매우 크게. 이거 눈 안 좋으신 분들도 있고 그래가지고 그냥 매우 크게 할게. 매우 크게. 모바일은 특히 잘 것 같거든요. 뭐야? 잠겨있네 이거.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
야, 다 어디
Stanley
갔어?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
나 빼고 이거 회식하러 간 거 아니야? 회의실 여기야? 점프 안 되네요. 스페이스바 점프잖아 원래 이런 게임. 뭐야? 월요일 싫어 이런 것도 해놓은 거 봐. 야 이거 유저 패치인데? 유저 패치인데 이런 거 한글화 해놨다고?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
왼쪽 문이요? 난 네가 싫어. 아니 처음에는 이 아저씨가 시키는 대로 하는 게 맞지 않을까요? 나 삐뚤어지고 싶거든? 이렇게? 어떡할까? 일단 시키는 대로 가자. 처음에는 시키는 대로. 왜? 처음에는 시키는 대로 할게요. 무조건. 처음에는 무조건.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
보였지 방금? 야 그거 말고 이전 PPT 보여줘. 해고당하지 않는 꿀팁 잊고 싶었는데. 슬라이드로 모든 게 순조롭다는 걸 직원에게 확인시켜라. 슬라이드 제목에 번들거리는 파란 그래픽을 넣고 텍스트에 입체 효과를 넣는다? 뭐지? 좋은 직장인가? 이 슬라이드의 슬라이드 개수, 할 일 핵심 가치 지출을 상승시키기, 무료 게임 수익화. 아 그거 보고 싶어. 해고당하지 않는 방법 어딨어? 야 자동 슬라이드 어딨어? 없어? 없어? 컴퓨터 없어? 아씨 그냥 갈래. 아 차트는 이제 그만 제발. 근데 왜 이렇게 보고 싶냐 이거? 아니야 그냥 갈까? 갈까 이거? 아니요 그냥 갈래요. 일단 지금은 그냥 갈래. 그냥 갈래요 그냥. 점프 안 되는 거 정상이에요. 근데
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
사장실 위쪽이야. 사장실 가랬다. 사장실 가랬는데 저 아래쪽이 뭔가 좀 빨갛거든요? 너무 가고 싶다. 회사 오는 길에 가다 점프하지 않는데요. 저는 점프하면서 출근했는데. 아니야 시키는 대로 할 거야. 나 초회차는 항상 시키는 대로 할 거야 무조건. 여기도 왜 빨갛지? 사장의 화장실 계십니까? 사장님! 사장님 자기 혼자 이렇게 화장실. 부자가 되는 건 범죄인가? 범죄를 저지른 건 부자 아닌가? 하나만 고를 수 있는 삶이 얼마나 좋을까? 두 개 다 고르기 싫은데요? 부자가 왜 범죄야? 왜? 왜 임마? 사장 나왔어!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
하지만 스탠리가 이것을 알 방법이 없죠. 치리스를 위한 시크릿 이스터에그.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
해설이 알려줬잖아요. 나를 위한 이스터에그가 없네.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the
안 보여!
by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
지금은 시키는 대로 해볼게요. 저 이거 완전 초짜여가지고 초짜인데 처음부터 막 빗나가고 이러면은 게임이 엄청 혼낼 것 같아. 그러니까 지금은 시키는 대로 할게요 무조건. 아셨죠? 이거 봐봐. 나 지금 아까 밝게 최대로 올렸는데도 어둡잖아 이렇게. 여기는 아예 보이지도 않아요. 이거 보여요? 아예 보이지도 않아. 뭐야? 들어왔다. 저쪽은 아예 안 보이는 게 맞았어요. 거의 안 보였어요.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him?
왜 그럴까요?
This question would not go unanswered for long.
그거야 시계추 같은 직장 생활이 질렸기 때문이지. 나가고 싶다. 진짜 거지 같다. 하지만 한 걸음. 스탠리 패러블 울트라 디럭스예요. 혹시 카테고리 잘못돼 있나요? 그냥 스탠리 패러블이 아니라 울트라 디럭스거든요. 그건 아니죠?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
탈출구. 저 탈출구 어두워 보여. 탈출구. 아니야. 아니야, 정신지배 받으러 갑니다. 저 세뇌 받으러 갈 거야. 세뇌 받으러. 착실한 직원이니. 앉아요? 앉아요? 저기요! 왜 아무것도 없어?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
여기 그 엑스맨의 그 휠체어 타고 있는 애가 여기 있지 않냐? 그 엑스맨 영화 보면은 있잖아. 그거 휠체어 타고 있는 그 이상한 교수가 여기 있잖아. 그런 것 같은데? 아무튼 있습니까? 없어! 월요일 싫어겠지, 그치? 아니야, 잠깐만. 휴일을 싫어 아니야? 아, 월요일 싫어구나. 오케이.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
사장! 너 이렇게 우리 감시하고 있던 거야? 나 이거 고소한다. 사장 너 고소한다 너. 노동청. 아니야 이거는 노동청 아니야 경찰 가야 돼 경찰.
It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
사장이요? 솔직히 근데 맞아요. 600명을 다 지켜보고 있는 것 자체가 대단하기도 하다. 근데 보이니까 관리하겠죠.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
저 같으면 사직서 돼요 진짜로.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
정신지배?
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
나는 너의 감정을 지배할 수 있다.
Would dismantle the controls once and for all.
그렇대요. 월급을 많이 주나 봐. 알아서 행복하게 해주는 거 보니까 월급을 많이 주나 봐요. 뭐야 이거? 몰라? 눌러주는데? 막 눌러볼까? 뭐야? 오, 이거 뭐야 이거 아래? 오? 뭐지? 아니요 이거 콘크리트 바닥이에요. 진짜 어두워서 잘 안 보이는데 콘크리트 바닥이야. 뭐지? 정신지배 비가동 중 명령어 대기 중. 아, 불 좀 켜주세요. 저기요.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
안녕하세요. 오른쪽 아래요? 아, 네. 눌러볼래.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
왜요?
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you
잠깐
go and you
오프!
try to take control of the
아니
machine for yourself. Is that
아니야
what you wanted?
아니야.
I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do, for example, and I believe you'll find
아니 근데 이거 누르고 싶었어.
Stanley
카티노르님
suddenly
1,000원
realized
감사합니다.
he had just initiated the
감사합니다.
network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode.
야 도망가.
eliminating
가. 뛰어.
결국 나는 정신지배당했다.
Say, 2 minutes.
2분이라고?
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desire.
아니 왜
Oh, this is
회사에
much
핫한
better than
누가
what I had in
있는데
mind.
아니 그러니까 내
Well, surely
말이
we have so little
카티노르님
time left to
1,000원
enjoy it.
감사합니다.
Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're
아니
going,
어디로 나가?
what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Oh?
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a
계단,
good
계단.
mood. You're
계단.
gonna die anyway.
아니야, 계단이야,
I'll
계단.
tell you exactly what
그들에게
happened.
무슨 일 하는지 말해준다고?
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to
아니
a crisp.
미친 회사 아니야?
I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going, or what
그래 이
you're supposed
자식아!
to be doing right now?
뭐 해야 되는지 하나도
Or did you
모르겠어.
just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
아 조용히 좀 해봐.
Numbered buttons. No, these colored
기분
ones. Or maybe this
좋고
big red button.
하시네.
크레타니 1,000원 감사합니다.
Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
쪼개긴.
Stanley.
오
You're in
눌렀어.
for quite a disappointment. But here's a
눌렀어.
spoiler for you. That timer isn't a
6번이 있는 거야,
catalyst to keep
혹시?
the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I would
없어!
watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
총 3회의 기회 남음?
It's a tragedy. You wanted to
아
control
10번?
this world.
장난해?
Fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you.
님들 제 소리 들려요 근데 이거?
Will you
부금이
cling
엄청 클 것 같은데?
to your life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
아 들려요?
Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me.
다시
All
처음부터
part
해보자.
of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we
아
fade
그래요?
in until the
안 크면
moment I say,
다행이에요.
happily ever up.
여기 뭐야?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
아
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
자, 오늘 플레이할 게임은 스탠리 패러블이에요. 여러분, 저는 스탠리 패러블을 단 한 번도 해본 적이 없어요. 단 한 번도 해본 적이 없어가지고 이게 무슨 게임일지 정말 기대가 되네요. 근데 제가 알기로는 웬 이상한 아저씨가 야불이 오지게 터는 게임이라고 알고 있어요. 한 대 쥐어받고 싶을 정도로요. 기대가 되네요. 다 어디 갔어? 너 뭐하고 있어? 아, 이거 문 안 열리는 거야? 옆에 것들 다? 싹 다? 참 좋은 회사야! 좋은
When
회사야.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
휴게실이야?
first, just to admire it.
크레탄이 1,000원 감사합니다. 저는 1회차부터 원래 시키는 대로 하지 않았어요. 저는 항상 옆길로 새는 그런 스타일이었죠. 그리고 여기가 휴게실이래잖아요? 와우.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really
왜
been worth the
사무실
detour after
문보다
all, just to
사장실
spend
문
a few
열기가
moments here
더
in this
쉬운
immaculate,
걸까?
beautifully constructed room.
사장이 쉬운
Stanley
사람입니다.
simply stood here,
카티노론이
drinking it
1,000원
all in.
감사합니다. 독 있는 거 아니야? 독 있는 거 아니야? 난 그냥
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs
이
and some
의자들과 그림 몇
paintings.
개를 보고
Really
있군요.
worth it.
그러니까 돈이 없네? 생각해보니까 돈이 없어. 여기에다 뭘 넣어야 되잖아.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why
연료.
everyone left.
뭐야 이거? 커피에 미치다.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no, but at last
연료에
he had
커피.
enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
왼쪽에 열려있는 첫 번째 문으로 들어갔다고요? 스탠리가? 여기는 어디지? 계세요? 거짓말하지 마세요. 만약 제가 거짓말하고 있다 당장 멈추세요.
Stanley was
아 잠깐만요! 아
It's
잠깐만요!
incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
아 괜히 들어왔나? 너무 무서워요. 문은 이거 문은 내가 닫은 거다? 이번엔 내가 닫은 거 아닌데? 누구야? 화물 승강기가 움직이는 동안 뛰지 마십시오. 화물 승강기에서 뛰어내릴 시 오용 시 1,000달러, 뛰어내릴 시 5,000달러. 보험금이야?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
야! 자유를 갈망하면서!
In his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
뭐야, 별거 없잖아. 별거 없잖아.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
사람은
missed the memo.
수락하면
5,000달러입니다.
카티노른이 1,000원 감사합니다. 당연히 알아요. 이거 피 놀린 게 5,000원 감사합니다.
When
받았네요.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
받았네요.
left.
여러분, 저 아까
이 게임을 플롯 트위스트 플롯 투스님을 좋아하는 이들에게
This was not the
바칩니다.
correct
저
way to the
모르겠어요.
meeting room,
무슨
and
얘기죠?
Stanley
크레탄이
knew it
1,000원
perfectly
감사합니다.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
아니요, 저 휴게실 갈 거예요. 사장실 너무 답답해서 싫어요.
Wow.
여기부터 먼저 가볼래.
Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
나는 간다. 저기는 나중에 보는 걸로 할게요.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
바로 앞에 문으로 갔고 원래 구역으로 돌아왔다고요? 빨간불 신경 쓰인다고요? 아래로 내려가는 곳인데요? 저거 여기 우리 그거 아니야? 안녕하세요. 여기 저기 아까 우리 그 PPT 보던 곳 아닌가? 그쵸? 그러면 여기는 설마 그럼
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
left? right? left? right? 이번엔 더 못 가네요? 다 못 가네요? 다 못 가. 무조건 여기밖에 안 돼.
No, it's to the right, my mistake. No,
아니지.
no,
그렇지.
no, no,
그렇지.
not the right.
그렇지.
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
정신 똑바로 차려.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now.
여기지.
This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
이거라고? 오, 밝아. 오. 뭐 하는 기계지 이거? 그러게요. 트럭 있네요. 뭐지? 무슨 트럭이지? 안 보여. 아까 거기야. 나 나갈래. 나 나갈래. 이거요.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding?
Ask for your love.
크레탄이 1,000원 감사합니다.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
그래요?
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track.
문 열어줘, 그러니까.
Okay, from the top.
뭐?
스포팬입니다.
매? 피놀랭님 1,000원 감사합니다. 자, 잠깐 소란이 있었어요. 이번에야말로 진짜 1회차 스탠리 패러볼 울트라 디럭스고요. 저는
All of his co-workers were gone.
이 게임을 해본 적은 없는데
Stanley decided to go to the
아니라
meeting room.
실시간
Perhaps he had
디버깅을
simply
하는
missed a memo.
키키키키키은.
언제 그랬다는 거예요? 카티노르님 1,000원 감사합니다. 평행세계에서 오셨어요 혹시? 이 게임은 제가 알기로는 웬 이상한 아저씨가 끊임없이 야부리를 터는 게임이라고 알고 있어요. 저는 그거를 이겨내면서 진행해야 되는 게임이고요. 야, 근데 얘네들 다 어디 갔니? 일은 안 하고 어디에 다 싸돌아다니는 거야? 나만 놔두고. 내 1회차예요. 월요일 싫어. 와, 글씨 신기하다. 와, 한글 번역을 너무 잘해놨어.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
장난하지 마세요.
Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute
장난하지
ago.
마세요.
I know for sure that
트롤
it's here
맵인가?
somewhere.
그러니까.
Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
일단 오른쪽 왼쪽은 굳이 내가 가봤던 곳인데 보통 사람들은 그러니까 안 가본 쪽을 가려고 하겠죠? 예상을 깨고 만약에 똑같은 쪽으로 간다면?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
아유 알았어
Do we just need
알았어.
to restart the game again?
아니
I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
뭐?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
그걸
meeting
몰라?
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
그걸 몰라? 사장 때문이잖아. 그걸 몰라 그걸? 그걸 몰라? 네, 사랑이 되어줘. 이거 지금 처음 봤네요. 원래? 무슨 게임이냐고요? 봤잖아요, 봤잖아. 1회차 아니에요 이제? 이거 아니었잖아.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
第一章
그리고 퇴장. 크레탄이 1,000원 후원 감사합니다. 처음 시작했던 곳이요?
Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
진짜?
The story. Here it comes.
어? 무슨 소리예요?
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
야, 너 이러다가 나중에 갑자기 뭐 튀어나오고 막 이거 하려고 그러지. 이거 하려고. 갑자기 이 여기서 막 코너 도는 순간 막 귀신 튀어나오고. 아, 그것까지는 아니네. 원래?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I
야,
don't think so.
너 모른다고? 난 알 것 같아. 이 회사 지어지기
my
전이야.
story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
과거로 온 거겠지
Do you
아마도.
remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square,
잘
and this was
생각해.
not one of those situations.
이거 2만 원짜리야.
Okay, I'm getting
잘
rated
생각해.
out
처신
by
잘해.
whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
이 주인한테 내가 환불론 때릴 테니까 잘 생각해. 2만 원이야.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
아무도
No,
없나?
I'm down. We're leaving it up to the
아무도
line from
없나?
now on.
아니 문 닫기 전에 딴 데 좀 보려고요. 아니 문 닫기 전에 딴 데 좀 보려고. 근데 아무도 없네요. 나 이제 그래 가도 되겠지 이제? 맞아. 가도 될 거야.
제 기준 동작 3배 하는 게임입니다. 그러니 빨리 끄끄.
그 정도라고요?
You see,
크레타님
the
1,500원
line knows
감사합니다.
where the story is. It's over in this direction.
이쪽으로
Onward, Stanley,
오라는군요.
to destiny. Here's a thought.
여러분 이거
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our
내가
destination, even if there's no
이게
story
길
there?
따라가고
Or to put
있으면은
it
요렇게
another
가야
way,
되잖아요.
is the story of
근데
no
나는 이렇게 가고
destination
싶었고.
still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this
모든
train of
엔딩 다
thought for a
회수하는데
minute. Just stick
30시간
with me.
걸린다는 거 아닌가?
Now we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
그러니까요.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
뭐야?
Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
알았어.
With all that. You know
못
what?
들어가네.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to
아저씨요?
lighten the mood.
원래 아저씨 저렇게 하라고 내버려. 뭐야 이게? 왜 따라가야 되냐고. 왜 따라가야 돼? 왜 따라갈 거야?
Cut the music.
4시 부근
Go back
이상한
and look at
아저씨
that fan.
디귿디귿.
다 들려요. 소리 다 들려요. 4시 방향에 4시 방향은 저
This
보내구나.
fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
잘 보라고? 왜 중요해지냐고? 왜 중요해지냐고? 저 나중에 중요해진 거라고? 저기에 누가 숨어 있구나. 여기에 이제 이 회사의 사장의 시체가 여기 묻혀 있는 거예요. 누군가한테 죽임을 당해서. 그래서 여기에서 이제 뭔가를 찾아내야 되는 거지. 근데 그걸
Wait,
알면
what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
음? 저요? 원래 근데 공포 축구로 쪽에 전문가 맞을. 또 지금 가면은 또 스포일러 모시기라고 할 거지 또. 그치? 아니야 근데 이번에는 근데 라인이 노란색으로 얘가 시킨 대로 온 거니까 그냥 들어갈게요 이번에.
Oh, no, 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 not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Never is end.
네이버는 끝났다. 이제는 구글의 시대가 왔다.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
우리가 아니라 나.
daring,
너는 빼고.
mysterious. Oh, this all sounds perfectly
안녕하세요.
doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
함정에 속지 않을 거야. 여기 뭐 바뀌었지가 아니네요. 그냥 가야겠다. 그냥 가야겠다. 성우분 되게 연기 잘하셨어요.
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
이게 뭐야? 어? 생겼네? 생겼네요? 뭐야 이거?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
쇼를 해라. 야, 이렇게 그려놓으면 나 진짜 이거 밟아야 될 것 같은데. 여러분 이거 주변에 그러신 분들 있어요. 왜 여기 바닥 보면은 바닥에 선 그어져 있는 바닥 있잖아. 그 선 안 밟고 지나가려는 분 계시다고. 그런 것처럼 이것도 이렇게 그려놓으면은 왠지 요거로 따라가야 될 것 같아. 왜 행위예술인가 이거? 횡단보도요? 네, 그 횡단보도에 그 하얀색 네모 그것만 밟고 가야 되는 사람이 있어? 네. 그거 마냥? 아, 뭐야?
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
잠깐 빙빙 돌고 있으라고?
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with that counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
뭐야? 아?
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
우리가 지금 하고 있는 게 이거래요.
It's all Determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to
엔딩
forget?
축하드립니다.
What if I don't want to forget?
감사합니다.
My
크레터님
mind goes
1,500원
blank
감사합니다.
simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't
여기가
restart
제일
the game.
마음에
I
걸리네요.
won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
그래 하지 마 이씨. 그럼 하지 마
And the
이씨.
timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
어디로 가야 돼요?
I guess
나도
now
한숨이
just
나와.
wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime...
아니요 알려주세요. 새로운
All of his co-workers
아예
had
새
gone.
시작이구나.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
아예
meeting room. Perhaps he
안녕하세요.
had simply missed the
안녕하세요.
memo.
아유 반갑습니다. 제가 방송 1시간 지각했어요. 아 죄송합니다. 죄송합니다. 오늘 좀 일이 있어가지고 지나가다가 웬 어떤 이상한 아저씨한테 잡혀가지고요. 좀 말싸움 좀 했어요. 아 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 이해해요? 이해해 주시다니 감사합니다. 정말 감사합니다. 무슨 게임이냐고요? 이 게임은 스탠리 패러블 울트라
When
디럭스라는
Stanley came to
게임이고요.
a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
이렇게 아저씨가 말하는 대로 시키는 대로 따라하면은 되는 게임인데요. 근데 저는 삐뚤어지고 싶어가지고요. 여기로 가고 싶어요. 여기. 이런 게임 또 이제 순순히 따라하면은 나는 그냥 꼼짝없이 죽거든요. 이 아저씨 되게 수상하거든.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
그래 회의실이 아니야?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
오
What
파랗다.
was it about this room?
하지만 나는
that
왠지
quite
뭔가를
eager
해야 할
to
것
get back
같아.
to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
여기를 오니 내 과거의 기억이 생각났어. 여러분 여기로 가면 안 됩니다.
와, 32개월이다. 치리스님 이거 무슨
Stanley
게임인
was so
거예요?
bad
32
following
비난이니
directions, it's
32개월 때도
incredible it wasn't 5
감사합니다.
years ago.
이거 웬 아저씨가 야부리 터는 게임인데 그 아저씨 말을 따르면 안 돼요. 거짓말하지 말래요. 이 아저씨가 거짓말하고 있는 거죠?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
가지 말자.
I'm not your enemy, really.
가지 말자.
I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
차라리 훈수면
There's someone you've
다행이지.
been neglecting, Stanley.
훈수가 아니라 그냥
Someone you've forgotten.
잡담이야.
와 밑에 그거
Please,
있다.
stop trying to make
그러네?
every decision by
그래
yourself.
아니 1,000원 감사합니다.
I'm not
그러네요
asking
진짜.
for me, I'm asking for her.
점프 잘하면 떨어질 수 있을 것 같아요.
This
아
is it,
그때요?
Stanley.
그래요?
Your chance to redeem
어떤
yourself.
멍청한 놈이
To
여기에서
put your
떨어질까요?
work aside, to let her back into
떨어지면
your
죽을 거를
life.
아는데
She's been
어떤 멍청한 놈이
waiting.
그걸 떨어져. 아니 그러니까 그거 떨어지는 애는 바보야 바보. 누가 떨어지냐고. 떨어질 게 보이는, 떨어져 죽을 게 뻔해 보이는데. 와 진짜 아무것도 안 보인다. 그냥 검은색이야. 그냥 검은색이야. 아무것도 안 보여. 가볼게요. 진짜 안 보인. 아이씨.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, Then pick up the phone.
누구야? 어?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now,
호텔
I
아니야?
want you to come in and tell
아,
me
못
all
움직여.
about your
잠깐만요.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
안녕하세요. 직원 번호 427. 당신의 키보드에서 N을 누르세요. N이요? Y. Y 안 되네요? 무조건 N만 눌러야 되네요? N.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Y. 뭐야, 이번에 Y잖아. No. Y, yes.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
R은 재장전이야. 무슨 얘긴지 알아? R은 재장전이야.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
H요? H를 누르면 이게 켜진다고? 나는 스탠리입니다. 그가 하는 일은 단순하죠. 화면에 뜨는 글자를 누르는 업무를 하면 됐죠. 그러면 시키는 대로, 내가 시키는 대로 H 누를게요. 1,000원 감사합니다.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited
맞아요.
him
TV
terribly.
쏘는데. 아이들과 시간을 보내시려면 K를 누르세요. K 키드인가 키드?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
J? 왜 저녁에 J야? 저녁에 저라서 J야?
As he wandered through this fantasy world,
뭐야?
he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
아이들에게 이야기를 들어주려면 X를 누르세요. 버튼 나온 대로 누르고 있다고요? 아니 다른 거 안 눌려줘. 다른 거. 왜 X지 아이는? X 조이를 표하라는 건가?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free.
언제 보내줘요,
Surely
아저씨?
there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
사랑한다고 말하면은 J를 누르라고요? 사랑이 왜 J야? 뭐지?
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed.
내 마네킹 안이
The longer he
없어졌어.
spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets
좋아해.
which life is the real one.
수면을 취하려면 J를 누르세요. 아! 이게 점점 누르는 버튼이 똑같아졌어. 수면 J. 잠의 J네요. 네, 잠의 J.
And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop.
잡인 것 같죠? 그죠?
Here,
잡.
watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
진짜? 출근하면 U를 누르세요. 싫은데?
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
잘못했어요. 안 누를게요. 안 누를게요. 근데 또 안 누르면 진행 안 되지 또. 진행 안 되지 또.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to.
그랬을 것 같아요. 진행이 막혔을 것
I
같아.
simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
싫은데요?
And I tried.
어? 안녕하세요. 다 알고 있으면서 모르는 척하지 마세요.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the
봐봐
orders stopped coming
봐봐.
in? How is that
처음으로
possible?
돌아온 거
They never
아니잖아.
stopped.
왜
Surely
모르는
I was
척해?
mistaken.
당신들 바보야? 왜 모르는 척해? 방금 전까지 있더니 왜 기억 못해? 당신들 바보야? 아, 스탠리 패러블이라는 게임이에요. 스탠리 패러블 울트라 디럭스.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
근데 나 오른쪽에 있는 거는 애지간하면 다 가봤지 않나? 아, 그렇긴 하죠. 안 가본 엔딩이 많은데 오랜만에 여기 가보자. 여기 한 번 말고 지금까지 안 가봤어요. 어차피 이거 엔딩 다 회수 못하잖아요. 어차피 PPT?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
아,
hoping
이거
he
보고
might
싶었어,
find
이거.
an answer there.
이거 계속 봐볼까요? 모든 게 순조롭다는 걸 직원에게 확산시켜라. 크레타님 1000원 후원 감사합니다. 현실일 거예요. 근데 아까 나왔던 그 해고당하지 않는 방법이 진짜 농담이 아니라 현실일 거예요. 이 슬라이드의 개수, 차트는 많고 슬라이드는 좁고 차트와 슬라이드? 다시 보니까 좀 뭔가 이상하네. 뭔 소리지 이거? 네, 그 아까 여기 왔기 때문에 칠판은 다 봤어요. 아까 한번 왔던 장소예요. 가늘고 길게 사는 거죠.
해고 안 당하는 방법, 해고 안 되기.
마지막에 그거 좀 어이가 없긴 했는데. 다른 성실한 직원과 갈등의 겪는 자신을 발견한다면 싸움을 하려면 2사람이 필요하다는 걸 기억해라. 그리고 당신이 지금 그 2명이다. 뭔 소리예요? 당신의 꿈은 무엇인가요? 제 꿈은 깨끗한 피부, 축구공, 공기, 봄 휴가. 뭐야? 야, 첫 페이지로 돌아왔잖아요. 다시 나오네? 로프네요? 에이, 이거 뭐 있을 줄 알았다. 종이 복사할 사람을 고용하기. 종이를 너무 많이 복사해서 그놈을 해고해라. 다음과 같은 목표를 유지해주세요. 네, 한글 패치 진짜 잘 돼있다. 왜 이런 걸 안 해주는 거지? 한국에서도 이거 좋아하는 사람 많은데?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
아, 뭐야?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post.
야,
during
사장
work
죽었어.
hours.
사장
He might be
죽었어.
fired for that. And in such a competitive
아니, 뭘
economy,
이런 거야. 사장
why
죽었어.
had he
사장
taken
죽었어.
that risk?
정상
All
근무
because
안
he
돼.
believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy.
아니, 사장
And then
죽었다니까?
something occurred to
네가 뭘
Stanley.
알아?
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously
이것만
out of
비죠?
existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
그래, 네가 뭘
And as
알아?
Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he
그러게.
went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look
난 왜
pretty
여길 또 왔지?
familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real.
비구역에 뭐가
And
있나?
at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an
시원한
explanation.
음료.
His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. He thought to himself, I suppose
아직까진-
I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go
아직까진
back to
소름
my
돋진 않나요?
boring real-life job
크레타님
pushing
1,000원
buttons.
감사합니다.
I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
아, 왜 또
So,
여기에요?
he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the
이제는
ground.
그냥 달릴 거야. 달릴
Then
거야,
he
이제.
imagined himself soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much
Oh!
fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
잘못 왔나?
Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm
잘못
doing and thinking?
왔나?
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how
내가
it's describing
잘못했어!
my thoughts.
내가 잘못했어, 내가.
And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that
아픈데?
if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take
아픈데?
responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
없어.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
한지라는 평범한 삶을 살고
My
싶은
life
뿐인데.
is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I am okay.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
Huh?
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
엔딩 축하드립니다.
1,000원 구원에 감사합니다. 근데 진짜
I know what is real.
저 엔딩 개수 드립 아니에요 혹시?
It was comforting to think this, and in a
저
certain
엔딩
way,
개수 드립
seeing this
아닐까 봐.
man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people
이 정도면
whose
저 엔딩
impressions
개수
of
진짜
her
드립이
would
아니라
affect her
진짜인 거 아니야?
career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
이 게임을 근데 지금 대충 보니까 일의 양이 많나봐. 일의 양이 많아가지고 얘가 좀 정신이 나가고 미치고 그런 내용인가봐요. 그런 건가봐. 네, 과로 때문에.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
다시
Stanley
말씀드리지만
decided to go to the meeting room.
이 게임의
Perhaps
엔딩을
he
다 볼
had
수는
simply missed the memo.
없어요. 엔딩 개수 너무 많아가지고 진짜 다 보려면 아까 채팅창에서 말했던 것처럼 몇십 시간 해야 되니까. 저요? 아니요, 그 1회차 엔딩이라는 게 무슨 뜻인지도 모르겠는데.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
저
hoping he might find
7.8시간
an answer there.
걸렸는데 빨리 진행하시면 웬만한 건 다 보실 수 있을 듯.
아, 그래요? 크레탄이 1,000원 구원 감사합니다.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
정말? 진짜 아무것도 없어? 이거 렌치, 연장 챙겨.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
진짜야?
No reason to still be here.
머무를 이유가 없다니까 머무르고 싶어지는데? 저 밀라요, 밀라. 투네이션 밀라.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
그래, 있을
He
거야.
wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some
난
way.
게임 안 해.
As it is,
게임 안 해.
he's literally just standing there
아, 있을 거야,
doing
있을 거야.
sweet FA.
나 어차피 정신 나간 사람인데 뭐 어쩔 거야. 청소도구함에 있든 뭐 화장실에 있든 뭐 어떡할 거야. 나 미친 사람이야.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
아이, 저
Standing
이렇게
around doing nothing?
작고 아늑한
Why?
공간이 좋아서요.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely
생각해보니까 내
confused.
사무실보다 공간 넓은 것 같아 여기가.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance.
얘가 이렇게
to the
말한다는
story
거는 똥줄이 탄다는 거예요.
whatsoever.
중요한
I never
이벤트가
would have
있다는
thought to
거지.
mention it.
네?
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
네.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this
아유
concerning.
걱정을 왜 하냐? 자기가 못 본 엔딩들 대신해서 해준다는데 걱정을 왜 하냐?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He
아닌데?
probably only got the job because of a family
아닌데?
connection. That's how
아닌데?
stupid
아닌데?
he is.
아닌데?
That old
직장 나 혼자
drug
구했는데?
money. Also, Stanley is
나 공부
addicted to
잘해가지고
drugs
직장도
and
나 혼자
hookers.
취업했는데? 나 만났는데? 아닌데? 아닌데? 당신이야말로 뚱뚱하고 개 못생기고
Well,
개
I've come
멍청한
to
거
a
아니야?
very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
아닌데?
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological
네가 그래 뭔 소리 해봐라 뭔
It's
소리.
indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this
안녕하세요.
game
반갑습니다.
is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
저 한숨 잘게요. 화이트 노이즈인데? 화이트 노이즈인데? 한숨 잘게요. 나 이런 소리 은근히 아니야 문도 닫자. 어떤 게임이냐고요? 제 방제 그대로예요. 꿀잠 자? 자 문 좀 닫을게요. 아 문 안 닫아지네? 문 안 닫아지네? 아무 말 안 하는데? 야 이거 심리전이야 뭐야? 심리전이야? 이렇게 듣고 있으니까 느끼는 건데 여러분 이거 되게 오래된 시절의 이야기인데요. MC 스퀘어 같아요. 님들은 MC 스퀘어가 뭔지 모르죠? 그 옛날에 MC 스퀘어라고 정신을 맑아지게 하는 주파를 쏘는 그런 기계를 판매했었어요. 그거를 딱 듣고 있으면은 여기에서 소리가 나. 뚜두두두두두두두두두 하는 소리. 그거를 듣고 있으면은 정신이 맑아진다는 그런 효과를 광고하면서 팔던 기계가 있었어. MC 스퀘어. 저 샀었어요.
잘 때는 이불 덮으셔야죠.
근데요, 자는 것도 자는 건데 이러면 뭐가 나와요?
선생님, 그거 요즘 유튜브로
맞아요.
넘어갔습니다.
요즘은 이제 유튜브에서 그런 거 백색 소음 같은 거 다 넘어갔는데 굳이 쓸 일이 없죠. 크레탈이 1,000원 감사합니다. 자 원론적인 문제 맞아요? 정말요? 나 그럼 잔다 진짜? 나 잔다 진짜? 안 일어나요?
나레이터 열받게 복도 갔다가 다시 들어가죠.
아 꼽주는 게 끝이에요? 그럼 난 여기서 뭐 한 거야?
Ah, second player. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
시키는 대로. 시키는 대로. 사장의 화장실. 아, 여기 화장실 좋다 이랬었지. 만약 사장이 손해를 봤다면 그건 사장이 선택한 일이고 사장은 자신이 한 말을 사장 스스로 알고 있기 때문이지. 이거 아까 있었나 이 글이? 그쵸, 저게 아닌 것 같은데? 저 글이 아니었던 것 같은데요? 그쵸? 뭐야? 응? 비즈니스 전략. 네, 부자가 범죄 어쩌고 맞아요. 오이? 여러분,
저는 엘리베이터 엔딩이 좋아해요.
진짜요? 1,000원 구원을 감사합니다. 저 시키는 대로 하기는 아무래도 글른 것 같아요. 빛난다 뭐가. 나 글른 것 같아.
이걸로 끝인가? 해치웠나?
과연? 진짜 해치웠나? 왜 이렇게, 야 여기 무슨 뭐 롯데타워냐? 왜 이렇게 1층으로 가는 게 왜 이렇게 오래 걸려? 뭐야? 아? 이게 다야? 위층은? 잠깐만요, 화장실 갈래요. 나 급해요. 잠깐만, 똥 쌀 것 같아. 아무것도 없는데요? 극한의 화장실. 극한의 화장실. 뭐야 이게? 저거 작은 글씨로 뭐라 써있는데? 수도꼭지 배관
와,
화장지
정말 멋진
모시기.
엔딩이에요.
정말 좋았어요. 열 수 있냐 이거? 너무 작아서 잘 안 보이긴 하거든요? 극한의 화장실. 수도꼭지 모시기 있었는데 안기 있다고요? 그렇다면 저거 진짜 안 보이는데? 저 시력 좋거든요? 안 되는데? 컨트롤은 있는데 변기에 안기 이런 거 안 돼요. 이런 게 안 되는데? 그냥 갈게요. 없나보다. 나레이션할 가치가 없나보다.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the box. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
방제의 내용과 똑같습니다. 오늘 게임은 방제를 보세요.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
익숙하다. 이상하네. 처음 온 곳인데 왜 이렇게 익숙하지? 어휴, 익숙해. 어휴, 아래로 내려가라네. 싫어, 나 올라갈 거야. 아, 뭐야, 강제로 아래로 내려가는 거 눌러지네요? 올라가고 싶었는데 강제로 아래로 내려가는 버튼이 눌러져요? 아이씨, 그 전기관리 좀 똑바로 하라니까 그거 진짜.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
아, 왜 가보고 싶냐고. 님들, 여기는요 다음에 갈게요.
이걸 참아.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
잔인한 죽음을 맞이한다는데?
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
근데 이거 도로 나올 때의 대사도 있네?
저 인간을 믿음.
그래요? 안녕하세요. 저 인간을 믿음? 맞아.
Nope. Still on board with death?
아이씨, 가야겠다. 죽이지 마세요. 제발요. 선생님, 제발요. 한글 패치예요. 스탠드 패러블 이거 공식이 아니라. 한글 패치인데도
The
되게
door
잘했어요.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
아유, 나중에도 안 다치겠지.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
어디서나 당당하게 걷기 몰라? 뭐야? 뭐야? 너 어디에 떨어진 거야? 야, 불 좀 켜봐!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
제발!
Stanley.
잠깐!
호떡이 되어보신 적 있나요?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
너무 잔인한 장면. 뭐야? 나 아래로 떨어졌는데? 사는 건가? 아무것도 안 보여.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
야, 여기 뭐 오마케방인가? 크레딧? 이 게임 만든 사람들 저기다 써놓은 거지?
와, 오마케룸.
그러니까 오마케룸이네요. 사무실 1, 2, 3 버튼 사운드. 이 소리가 제일 좋다. 야, 크레딧 나오는 거 보니까 진짜 맨 마지막에 왔었어야 됐나 보다. 사장실의 개발 스크린샷. 야, 이 게임 만든 사장실 진짜 이렇게 생겼니? 직원은 자유 엔딩. 게임의 알파 버전 조절된 첫 번째 자유 엔딩입니다. 아, 스포가 많아요? 도망가야지? 뭐야 이거? 뭐야 이거? 저 조용히 나가려고 그러는데 그러면 어디로 가야 돼요? 조용히 처음으로 돌아가려고 그러는데 여기로 가면 되나?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward,
스탠리 죽어라 그냥.
you'll be walking someone else's path.
죽어라 그냥.
Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let
아직
time choose for you.
너한테 개인적인 정이 없다. 죽어라 그냥. 개인적인 정이 있으면은 뭐 살던 가야 될 것 같은데 끝이야? 어차피 살잖아. 어차피 살잖아요. 어차피.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder
오피셜
now, he would
이제부터
surely catch them.
치리스님은
It was only a matter of
호떡입니다.
time.
다른데요? 아! 아, 땡간봐. 저 진노란색 저 이모티콘 뭐예요? 아이. 기존 엔딩을 안 받기에 여기로
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
나중에 그래.
다른 두 엔딩을 보고 싶다면 오른쪽 직진.
아니
근데 님들이 원하는 게
When Stanley came to a set of two open
정석.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
정석 이거 그러니까 정석 못 봤다며. 이거는 봐야 된다면서. 이거나 보자. 솔직히 내가 여기 그 나레이터가 말하는 거를 100% 이행한 엔딩을 못 봤어요. 아니 근데 그거 하려고 그랬어요. 원래 100% 다 말을 듣는 엔딩을 보고는 싶었는데 하다 보니까 그게 안 되더라고.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
원하는 게 있는 건 알죠. 아까도
Okay, I
뭐냐
think we
그
all
기계
know the drill
앞에서
by now. Blah,
뭐
blah,
누르라
blah. Dark
그랬는데
secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
뭐야?
Kill surprise.
그냥 열어주네? 원래? 너무 빨리 오면 이것도 그냥 열어준다고? 오! 오! 게임이 뭘 좀 알아? 어이씨 전기 아직도
Stanley
저걸 안
walked straight
고쳐놨네.
ahead through the large door that read
여긴 안
Mind
가겠다.
Control Facility.
눌러.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
처음 왔을 때는 내가
What horrible
엄청
secret did this
당황했지만
place
이제는
hold?
당황할 이유가
Stanley
없죠.
thought to
알아.
himself.
문
Did he
열어.
have the strength
문 열어.
to find out?
빨리 문 열어. 1대100이요? 아 1대100이네.
이 방에 시크릿 엔딩 하나 있음.
그런데 1대100이네. 아 그래요? 그거는 게임을 사신 여러분들의
Now the
몫을
monitors
맡기겠습니다.
jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number
다
of an
확인할 수
employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
이거 아니야? 응?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
여기에 살아있는 사람이 있을까? 근데 이 많은 CCTV에? 몰라, 나 일단 갈 거야. 일단 갈 거예요.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life
제대로 가고 있는 거 맞지?
blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and
나를
commanded
되게
from this
잘한다고?
very place.
진짜로
And
되게
as the
잘
cold
읽어줘요.
reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley
거의
decided that
혼을
this
담았어.
machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
이름값에
For
있으신 분
he
같아요.
would dismantle the controls
그러니까요.
once and for all.
여기에 뭐 있다 그러지 않았나? 내가 아까 그냥 온 눌러버렸잖아. 그게 아니라 아무것도 없나? 아, 진짜 아무것도 없나? 아 별거 없어요? 이거 누르면 똑같이 가는 거지? 네, 이걸로 갈게요.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
해피엔딩인가?
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the
아, 똥
machine's
싸다
grasp?
끄는 엔딩이구나
What
이거.
other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
그냥 나가면 되나 이대로?
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will
나가면
be
되나?
his. And
점프
that
안
was
돼서
all
그래요,
he
근데.
needed to know. It was perhaps
기다려야
the
되네.
only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
아, 이게 그 오마큐룸의 그 무슨 뭐 자유 엔딩인가? 아, 그거구나.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
행복해야죠. 이런 데서 벗어나는데 행복해야죠. 그럼 아저씨는 진짜 탈출시키려던 거네? 그러게요. 이 아저씨 말 다 들으면 결국에는 탈출하는 게 맞았네요. 근데 왜 나 여기야? 왜 나 여기야 근데?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
이게
When
내가
Stanley came to a set of two open
예전작을
doors,
못해서
he entered
그런데
the door
지금
on his
우리가
left.
하고 있는 거는 스탠리 패러블의 원판이에요? 원판이고 저 새로운 컨텐츠가 울트라 디럭스. 아 그렇게 되는 거구나. 그런 식이구나. 여기가 지금 저는 원판을 하고 있다는 거고. 아 그래요?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
여기 한 번만
lounge
더 가보고.
first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true
그러면은 여기
happiness.
원판이니까.
Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two.
아 그래요?
Now it's only
원판을 아예 안
half
했어요.
there,
진짜
but
처음이에요.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
근데 난 여기도 가봤고, 난 여기도 가봤어. 여기에 엘리베이터도 가봤어. 근데 여기에 뭐가 있다고? 그러니까 뭘 덜했지? 여기요? 여기를 가? 그거는 했어요. 엘리베이터 작동 중 뛰어내리는 거.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
응? 잠깐만 나 내려가려고 그런 거 아닌데.
That he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
빠르게 갑시다. 나 내려가려고 그런 거 아니었어 진짜로. 에?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
왜 이래요? 왜 이래요 이거? 뭐지? 바닥에 이렇게 떨어져 있는데 왜 여기는 또 이제 정리되어 있는 거 봐라?
When Stanley came to a set of two
정리돼
open
있어요.
doors, this was not the correct way
이
to the meeting
게임에
room,
시작
and
난수가
Stanley knew it
있어서
perfectly well.
뭔가 조금씩
Perhaps he wanted to stop
바뀝니다.
by the
그래요?
employee lounge first,
원래
just
없었어요.
to
종이
admire
떨어진
it.
건.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so
누가
bad at
이렇게
following
종이를
directions, it's
낭비하래.
incredible he wasn't
돈
fired years
아깝게.
ago.
막 종이 플렉스야 종이 플렉스. 그 새벽에 그 홍대나 그런데 가면은 그 술집 그 호프집 하는 그 가게들 막 찌라시 뿌리잖아. 그거야 딱 그 꼴. 딱 그 꼴이라고. 안녕하세요. 오른쪽이요? 아하. 이걸 타서?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I
여기
don't know
아무것도
how
없어.
to
가자,
convince
가자,
you
가자.
of this,
가자,
but
가자, 가자,
I
가자.
really do
가자.
want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
뭐지? 완전 처음 온 곳인데?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
아, 왜 그래? 그 화장실 귀신이 빨간 유지 줄까 파란 유지 줄까 했는데 빨간 유지 고르면 죽었나? 다 죽었나? 아, 매트릭스예요? 아, 빨간 약 파란 약? 아, 빨간 약 파란 약? 아, 진짜 그건가? 나는 솔직히 여기서 진실을 보면은 진실을 보면은 더
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
네.
Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
뭐야? 저쪽은 뭐야? 다 까매! 다 까매 다! 다 까매! 안 돼! 안 돼!
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going?
와우. 아, 잠깐만. 와. 와, 이거 어디 그 뭐냐, 그 우주 박물관 같은 데에서 이런 거 홀로그램으로 뿌려주는 거 있는데 이쁘긴 하네요. 멋있네.
Right. Where were we?
갈 거야? 그리고 여기는 그거예요. 화이트데이 있잖아요. 화이트데이의 마지막 스테이지 보스 이런 데서 싸우거든요. 딱딱 그건데? 다른 거는 여기는 점 박혀있고 화이트데이는 한자 박혀있었지?
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
내가 바보냐? 계단도 못 올라가는 바보인 줄 알아? 화이트데이요? 아, 사람들이 하는 걸 너무 많이 봐가지고 스포 당했어요.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
한 번만 더 입 열면 나 난간에서 알지?
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
자유를 찾고 싶어서.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
느려졌어. 느려졌지?
My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game?
내가 이렇게 하니까
Would you
너가
throw
그렇게
yourself
기뻐하고
from this
있잖아.
platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
기뻐하고 있는 거
Am I
아니었어?
reading the situation correctly?
기뻐하고 있잖아. 당신을 기쁘게 해주려고 지금 이러고 있잖아.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
거북이 됐어.
I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
아, 그거 참 행복한 길 아니야? 야, 행복한 길 아니야? 오, 되게 느린데? 야, 친구야, 근데 이미 여기서 돌아가기엔 늦었어. 개발자, 여기서 이제 아래로 돌아가기 너무 늦었어요.
다리가 작살이 났는데 웃고 있어요.
이게 빨라요.
치리스님 표정이 너무 사악해 보여요.
피 흘린 게 1,500원 감사합니다. 이게 빨라서 그래요. 아, 이게 빨라.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
다음번엔 파란 문에 가보세요.
파란 문 궁금하긴 했어요.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
솔직히
Stanley
궁금하긴
decided
했어.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
파란 문 가서 한 번만 삐끗하면은 그 다음에는 전화 보고 새로운 컨텐츠 갈 거예요.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
이거 다
by the
볼 순
employee
없어.
lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
다 보고 있다고요? 이거보다 훨씬 많아야
Stanley
되는 거
was so
아니에요?
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
너무
Look, Stanley,
과대평가했나?
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your
안녕하세요.
trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his
아니, 될
co-workers
줄
were
알았어요.
gone. What could it mean?
아니요, 될 줄 알았어요.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
마리오도 난간은 못 잡던데.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
나
And here
맞지?
it was, the lounge.
방금
But
뭔가
eager
좀
to get back
이상함을
to business,
느끼지
Stanley took the
않으셨나요?
first
복도가
open
바뀐
door
거는
on his
아까도
left.
겪어봐서요. 복도가 좀 바뀌었죠.
Stanley was so bad at following
할 때마다
directions,
복도가
it's
바뀌더라고요.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
여기 가면 되냐?
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something
말이
beautiful.
많다. 나는 지금
Let me
거기까지
prove
가면 돼.
it.
그렇지.
Let me prove that I'm
여기요.
on your side.
여기.
Give me a chance.
여기야.
Now listen carefully.
아,
This is
중요한 게 뭐가
important.
중요해? 열어, 빨리 열어.
Stanley walked
열어.
through the red
열어.
door.
아, 열어. 아, 열어.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
그래?
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
아, 싫어.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You
아니,
want to
빨간
find
거
out
보고
what
타봐는데
lies at the end
무슨?
of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Wow.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining
분위기
the
좋네요.
entire story I'd written out specifically
나
for
근데
you?
이런 분위기
You
좋아하는데?
don't think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
조용하잖아.
Help
그러니까
me
극장
here,
같아요.
Stanley. Help
소음이
elucidate
딱
these strange
차폐되고.
and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
꼭 이럴 때 꼭 여기로 가야 되거나 막 그래야 되는데. 아 저런 거는 안 할게요. 그냥 이렇게 갈게요. 와우!
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
잡지식 벽에 그려진 격자표는 게임 내 단위를 쉽게 가늠하기 위해 쓰입니다.
서비스 줄 거냐? 서비스 줄 거냐? 배달의 민족 같은 데에서 음식 시키면은 평점 5점 주는 대신에 서비스 주던데? 1이요? 채팅에서 다 1점이라고 그러니까 저 5점 줄게요.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
아! 에? 또 가봐야지.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
사람들 5점 평점 있으면은 대부분은 1점 아니면은 5점을 찍지 2점, 3점, 4점은 안 찍어요 보통은. 그렇지 않아요? (1점) 사람들이 많이 찍어서 힙하지가 않아서 2점 찍어야지.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
미쳤다. 이거 일부러 못하게 하려고 그러는 거잖아.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done.
정신병 날 것 같아서 안 할래요.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey,
정신병 나가서
since my game
절대
was
안 할
so
거야.
awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
같은 회사 아니에요?
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
시원하긴 하겠다. 가스통 뭐야 이거? 가스통 복선인가 저거? 그러니까 점프 없는 게 진짜 좀 그렇다.
Oh no, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
클로즈 월드 됐어.
Goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
다른 게임?
Preferably something with walls. Something
게임을
with nice,
재시작한다.
big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
로켓 리그야?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big
Mario
box for you
배틀
to
스트라이커즈.
run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
야, 고소당할
Okay, so what
준비됐냐?
exactly do we do here? Let's
고소당할
see.
준비됐냐?
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
그래, 임마.
Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
예,
We should
맞아요.
run the bases and
저기
do a
로켓 리그라고
touchdown
대놓고
together.
써있네.
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
아이씨. 근데 나 어느 팀이야? 야, 자책골이야 혹시? 나 어느 팀이야? 간다! 가자!
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back and show us.
갑자기 여기로 오니까 살에 들렸어. 뭐였어요? 여기 우리 사무실 아니야? 여기 원래 우리 회사 원래 이런 회사였어? 아무것도 보이지 않아. 아니야, 보이긴 보여. 근데 다만 되게 안 보일 뿐. 밝은 빛이 보여요. 저 앞에.
트젠니는 스스로의 모험을 떠나기로 결심했어요.
그래요. 안녕하세요. 엥? 뭐야, 이게 다야?
이거 보여주는 게임 원판은 마인크래프트랑 포탈이었는데
I
확장판에선
wonder what he
바뀌었네요.
found.
코큰
아
If what he
진짜요?
wanted was to
아
be the
게임이
leading man in
바꿨어요?
his own story,
천원
well, perhaps
감사합니다.
he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am.
근데 마인크래프트가 포탈은 여전히 그래도 유명하지 않나?
Oh yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends,
오히려
after it all
로켓니크가
comes
더
to a
인지도가 없을걸?
close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
마지막에 있던 공간은 진짜 태초의 스탠리 베러블입니다.
헐 그렇군요. 1000원 후원에 감사합니다. 그렇군요. 여러분 저 DLC 보러 갈게요. DLC 보러 갈게요 그냥. 왜? 마지막 거 봐야 돼?
What could it mean?
마지막 거 봐야 돼?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
DLC 보러
Perhaps
갈래.
he had simply missed a memo.
봐야 된다고? 봐야 되는 이유가 뭐예요 그거? 새로운 콘텐츠 여기까지가 스탠리 패러블이고 여기부터가 이제 스탠리 패러블 울트라 디럭스라는 거잖아. 1회차 엔딩이라고요? 아까 엔딩 봤잖아요 이미. 자유. 그냥 갈래요.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
416?
제발 봐주세요.
이미 늦었어요. 1000원 구원 감사합니다. 이미 여기에 발을 디뎌버렸어.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
제작자는 알았을까? 그렇게 대박이 날 거라는
The
거?
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
본인도 몰랐을 것 같아요, 그러니까.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
뒤로 가고 싶어.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the
사기
beginning
아니야?
of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
이거 과대 광고 아니야, 근데.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
여기가 아니라 여기네요. 새로운 콘텐츠 점프 가능한 원. 에?
All right. Let's see. It's the jump circle.
혁신원이냐? 와 신난다. 아 귀찮아요, 갈래요. 잠깐 저거 해.
Is that it?
저거 해야지. 저거
Surely
해야지.
that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
안 돼.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 땡!
헉 점프가 된다니 너무 갓겜이잖아. 정말 2만원 주고 산 보람이 있는걸.
더 큰 보람을 느낄 수 있으면 좋겠네요.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
당신 얘기
And
아니야?
don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements,
이거는
and
나도
it's
하겠다.
hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm
진짜요?
offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
팀
I built up too much
오버레이에서
anticipation
목록을
around the new content, I'm
확인해보세요.
afraid.
나중에
It
확인해볼게요.
could never have lived up
끝나고.
to such expectations.
진짜 이때나 봐요?
If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
어? 아니야, 달라. 아니야, 달라.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
여기는 이제 오리지널 곡이고요. 여기는 커피에 미치다. 야, 누가 이거를 여기다 지금 버렸냐? 아!
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the
어몽어스도
past
시대를
and how much
반영했다고
better
하기엔
the Stanley Parable used to be.
그 게임
So
좀
I made
퇴물돼가지고.
something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
엘든링? 엘든링?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
안녕하세요. 제작자의 추억의 공간이다. 스탠리 패러블 제작자의 첫 추억? 이건 뭐야? 작자 빨래냐? 어? 아니야?
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
좋았던 한때.
Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
과거를 회상하는 추억여행. 그 일이 있었다는 것에 웃어봐요. 대박 났잖아요. 게임 팔아가지고 웃을만 하지. 생각도 안 했는데 대박 난
추억
거면.
오늘 처음함.
아, 나는 오늘 처음이에요. 이 게임에 대한 추억이 전혀 없지 나는. 진짜죠 그건. 야 이거 진짜야?
방금 보신 BAFTA와 인디펜던트 어워드는 매우 권위 있는 시상식입니다.
진짜 이렇게 받은 거예요? 와 게임계의 발롱도르 받은 거야 그러면? 자, 본인 자랑 타임이네. 작은 스탠리. 2013년도에 나온 게임이잖아요? 감상하기. 아, 안돼.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley?
하지
Every
마세요.
game ever created. That's how
답은
grand
갖다
and
놔줘. 하지 마세요.
all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now,
깔끔한 승리. 10점을 받은
it's
게임도
no
완벽하지
games at all.
않다.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk.
그런
with an
게임들은
hour
주어진
of
장르에서
new
가능한
elevator
우리에게 가까이
content.
붙어 있으려 하기 때문이다. 이 분야의 새로운 필수적인 게임에 대해 우리는 순수한 황홀감을 말한다. 잘은 모르겠는데 전문가한테만 좋은 평가 받은 게임은 똥게임이라는 거는 맞아. 어우, 물소리 괜찮은데? 이런데 나도 가고 싶다. 호텔에나 있는데 호캉스 가면 이런 거 있었으면 좋겠다. 고상한 향수, 그때는 좋았지? 상위 10가지의 기억 모음 기억나요? 올해의 인물 제작자 면상인가? 푸사인가? 제작자 푸사? 뭐야 잠시만. 아, 못 가네요? 파이어. 근데 못 가요, 근데. 스콧 K를 위해.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
너 열받게 할래? 이미 이 게임 플레이 시간 2시간은 지났어. 환불 못해. 돈만 받아먹으면 다야? 빨리 줘. 빨리 줘. 난 일이 좋아. 내 상사가 싫음. 일이 좋고 내 상사가 싫어. 나도 저런 적이 있었는데. 뭐야, 막혀있어. 최고의 재산이란 바로 추억이다.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
제작자 지금 힘든가봐.
옛날에는 저렇게 패키지로 에셋을 팔았다는 게 놀라움.
다 옛날이죠. 열 수 있나? 아니, 문을 열 수 있거나 그러진 않아요. 여기 넘어가 보고 싶긴 한데 딱히 없네. 지하요 이제? 아, 점프 안 되는 거. 열려 있구나.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
시원한 흑류? 여기도 있네요. Steam.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
악플 모음집인가? 이 게임 웬 아저씨가 나와서 이상한 개소리예요. 잠깐만, 파란 따봉인데? 파란 따봉이야, 파란 따봉. 빨간 따봉. 파란 따봉, 빨간 역따봉. 파란 따봉은 근데
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and
내레이터 혐오스럽대.
with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
여기서 중요한 거, 채팅창에서도 내레이터 전원 꺼버리고 싶다 라는 말 올라왔었어 방금. 1시간 전에 이 내레이터 아저씨 입 닥치게 할 수 없어요 채팅 올라왔었어. 아, 역다봉 봐야 되는데. 야, 역다봉. 아니 나 이렇게 확 이렇게 될 줄은 몰랐지. 나레이터 욕하는 악플 당신도 봤구나. 당신도 봤구나. 가보자. 빗소리 좋다. 따봉이 거꾸로? 역따봉.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game.
여기서 중요한 거, 그러니까 닉네임 고로시. 이 악플 쓴 사람 닉네임 모자이크 처리하는 거 고로시 당했어.
Yeah. What an awful memory to have to hold
2016년 6월 5일?
These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel
훈장이다,
like
훈장.
a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
음악 왜 이래요? 그러겠죠? 아니야 똑같을 거예요 내용은. 옆길로 새는 게 여기 있을 것 같은데 딱히 안 보이네?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
진짜? 내레이션 스킵? 물에 못 빠져. 물에 못 빠져. 오늘 더워가지고 좀 입수하고 싶은데.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer.
아가리!
Oh, Stanley, You're back. You're back. Oh my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us.
다 들어볼까? 불쌍한데? 뭐니? 말 끝났니? 말 끝났니? 아이고 들어줄라 그랬는데. 들어줄라 그랬는데. 없네요? 눌러야겠네요 근데. 뭔 소리야? 어디야? 아니 또 넘기면은 뭐가 있지 않을까?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much. They said,
말 많아. 들을까요? 이거 계속 스킵만 넘기면은 안 될 것 같은데? 그러네. 다 죽어버렸네.
The end is never the end, 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 is never
딱히 볼 거는 없어.
never the end, is 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 never the end.
조용하네. 오! 드디어. 오! 시간은 흐른다. 점점 흐른다. 근데 야, 나 여기서 빠져나갈 생각은 근데 안 하는 거야? 왜 아무 생각도 안 하지? 그냥 여기 계속. 에? 저기요? 나는 이런 분위기도 가끔 나오면 나쁘지 않아요. 이거 데드 스페이스나 둠 같은 데 나오는 분위기잖아. 나쁘지 않은데? 여기서 뭐 튀어나오면 되는 거냐 이제?
몇백 년, 몇천 년,
만년이 흘렀을 수도 있죠. 아! 이거 작동 안 하겠죠 더 이상? 저기요. 매드맥스를 아세요? 아, 매드맥스 다시 보고 싶다. 퓨리오사. 앞으로 가면은 나를 구원해줄 무언가가 있는. 뭐야?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
설마 DLC가
새 컨텐츠는 이제부터 시작입니다.
그러네요. 진짜 시작이네요. 진짜 시작. 솔직히 아까는 완전 일직선이었어.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
아까 완벽하게 일직선이었거든요.
방금 진심으로 2만 원을 날린 표정이었어요.
그러니까요. 이게 또 원판에 DLC를 붙인 게 아니라 원판 따로 이 디럭스 버전 따로 팔아요. 아세요? 원판에 DLC를 붙인 게 아니라. 그래가지고 이게 뭐지? 이러면 안 되는데?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully-fledged sequel. An entirely new experience built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
그래, 제대로 된 거 나오는 거냐 이제?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
아이고.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite
그리고
nailed
나도
down
이 게임에
what
투자한
exactly the Stanley
사람이야.
Parable 2 is going
정정당당하게
to be.
스팀에서
But
2만
let's
원에
take a
돈을 주고
look at
구입한
some of the
사람이기
features
때문에.
I've been developing for
그치?
it. I figure that if
누가
I
내
can
빨간색
loosely organize a
가져간다.
handful
이
of interesting concepts,
귀 콧구멍
then
팔고.
surely the game will sort of
슈퍼
naturally
울트라
spring up around them. It'll all work itself out.
허비 울트라
Game
슈퍼 디럭스가
development
있어요.
is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
이쪽이 무대입니다. 모든 일시정지 버튼은 로마 숫자 2이다. 중요한 투자자 여러분, 그래 갑시다. 뭐야 이거밖에 없어? 더 사람들 더 많아야 되는 거 아니야? 좌석에 왜 이거밖에 없지?
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
독점! 게임을 플레이하는 플레이어의 이름을 말하는 버튼. 당신의 멋진 이름을 게임에서 들으세요.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated.
아니야, 너무 큰 것도 괜찮아, 버튼.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
너 내 이름 누군지 알아? 여기서 만약에 내 이름 나오면은 너 고소할 거야. 개인 정보 그 캐낸 걸로 너 고소할 거야. 나오면.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
Jim이래요,
But of course,
Jim.
in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim,
짐처럼?
sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love
짐처럼
and being
잠자고
heartbroken
짐처럼
as
사랑에
Jim,
빠지고
seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
당신은 진정으로
If so,
짐인가요?
then please step forward and press the button.
우리 가정의 짐짝인 것 같아. 더 눌러봐야지.
Yes, you see,
무슨 짐
what a thrill,
레이너도
what a
아니고
rush. That was
키키키.
you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
내 이름은 짐이 아니야.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
끝났네요. 이게 다예요? 이게 다예요? 진짜 이게 다야? 아 뭐야 이거. 나간다 여기.
당신이 진정한 짐리스입니다.
짐이 이 게임을 끝내겠도다.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
뭐가 이렇게 많아? 어트랙션이. 안심을 주는
이
양동이.
게임 고소하겠습니다.
고소하세요. 1000원 구원 감사합니다. 고소하세요. 하세요. 검사가 보면서 아마 웃을 거예요. 큰 거 하나씩이요? 순서대로 갈게요. 여기 왔으니까 이번에는 아 근데 여기도 뭐 있는 거야? 아니야 여기로 갈게요. 여기 출구 아예 나가는 것도 있네요. 심지어 다 즐기긴 해야겠죠. 근데 와 근데 이거 공짜로 새롭고 쉬운 도전과제 얻기? 이렇게 간단하다니 믿어지지가 않아요? 여기서 받아가세요. 정말이요? 레버를 당기세요. 새로운 도전과제를 받으세요. 이 이상 절차는 없습니다. 지금 받아가세요.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
그럼 게임 왜 팔았어? 뭐 얼리 액세스야? 얼기방패야 이거 무슨 뭐 얼리 액세스야? 얼리 액세스면 다 봐주는 거야. 왜 팔았냐고 도대체.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
어이 많지. 여기도 있다. 아 맞다.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2
아까 다
as
썼지.
well.
아까 다 썼지.
Oh wait, you already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
안 돼.
Oh well, I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
충전 안 해줘? 충전을 해줘야지 이런 거. 남은 점프 없음. 플레이어가 모식이네. 아, 자, 갈게요. 너무 작아서 안 보이네요 글씨가. 끝없는 구멍. 끝나지 않아요. 아, 숙이기요? 근데 그래도 안 보일 텐데. 남은 점프 없음. 플레이어가 플레이어가 운다? 아, 정말? 여기로 들어가 보죠. 끝나지 않는 구멍. 스크린샷 금지? 아씨, 여기로 가고 싶네? 여기로 가고 싶네?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
저는 개인적으로 이쪽이요.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
나한테 선택지 없는 거야? 다야? 그게 다야?
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
반대로 나올 수도 있고요. 시간, 깊이, 구멍. 이거는 그럴싸한데 이거는 좀 안 그럴싸한데. 깊이 무한대라고? 구멍 있고 무슨 웜홀이야? 블랙홀, 화이트홀 이론? 끝없는 구멍의 구조. 교육 목적으로만 이용 가능. 어쩐지
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole.
거짓말하지 마세요. 포탈에서 이미 구현됐어요.
You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
포탈에서 이미 구현됐어요. 깨말못이네. 가자. 아.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bomber, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
저기 위쪽이
on the sooner rather than later spectrum of
위쪽이
things.
하얀 원이 계속 작아지고 있어요. 저거 주목해 보세요.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
난 우물한 개구리가
I think
되었어.
the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
이걸 내 탓을 해?
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole
무한에 가까운 구멍.
infinite?
무한에 가까운 구멍.
Then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
한 번 더, 한 번 더, 한 번 더.
돌이 되어버린 날 잊은 것 같은 너의 모습에 하나일 때보다 난 외롭고 허전해. 네가 가져간 나의 반쪽 때문인가? 그래서 넌 돌이 될 수 있었던 거야.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
다행히도?
Did the hole seem even shorter to you?
네, 짧아요.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time
제작자의 센스죠, 이거는.
I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you, and gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
너 대사가 계속 바뀌는데?
Wow. Okay.
짧아지는데?
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite,
아까보다 훨씬
but that it's
더
growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to
이제는
call
아예
the hole
보여. 안녕하세요.
infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the
이러다가
hole's
구멍
length.
메워지겠다.
Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just
야,
can't
못
see
올라가냐,
this
이걸?
scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
못 올라가네 이거?
You just do
점프 안
whatever
돼요.
it is you're here to do, and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
G.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I
네.
mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
G.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
야 이거 올라가.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
어? 야. 뭐야? 어? 야 진짜 나 두고 왔어? 정말? 아! 이렇게 생겼구나. 인식 변경? BGM 아니야? H를 눌러서 현실 변경이라는 글자가 떴네요. 잘리긴 했지만 캠 때문에.
Using up the space of mine, my head's stronger. you're no longer.
나는 냉동인간이다. J를 눌러 나 자신을 변경. 뭐야? 야, 뭐 오모리야? 오모리야? 오모리에서 이런 거 많이 봤는데?
Stanley? Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
너 때문이야.
We can't have that, Stanley. Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole?
꺼내줘!
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. And I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley.
깨어 있는 게
I'll be back. Toodlepip. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new.
저거 엔딩이었나봐. 독점! 짐이라고 말하는 버튼. 바뀌었군요. 이거 뭐지? 저 오른쪽은 좀 나중에 가볼게요. 새로운 요소 찾을 수 있을까요? 찾을 수 있을까요? Collect them all. 우와. 우와. 이런 감성.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
근데 앞으로 가야 돼요? 징그러워. 뭐? 뭐야? 이게 끝이야? 진짜 막혔는데? 막혔어요. 앞은 진짜 깜깜해. 아무것도 없고 더 이상 진행이 안 됩니다.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it.
진짜 그런가 봐.
Absolutely tragic.
안심을 주는 양동이 상품. 또 한 번 끝은 절대로 끝나지 않는다? 이 티셔츠야말로 새로운 컨텐츠다. 뭐 별거 아닌 것 같은데 이건. 축구 유니폼 같이 생겨가지고. 양동이?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and
안심을
paradoxical,
주는 양동이.
that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
왜
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be
이게
honest,
무슨
it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass?
아니 아저씨 말 좀 그만하고요.
Yes, the bucket is the perfect.
아니 말 좀 그만하고.
Come on.
내가 여기서 됐다. 아유 아저씨 왜 이렇게 말이 많아? 아유.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
문 열렸어요. 나가? 이게 다야? 안심을 주는 양동이라고? 등심은 안 주냐? 어이가 없네.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
가본 거야? 새로운 요소 2층에 뭐 있는데? 저기 새로운 요소하고 저기 있거든요? 어떻게 가지? 아 출구 이쪽이잖아. 저기요 저 이거 계속 들고 있어야 돼요? 아니야 잠깐만 나는 여기가 아니라 저 2층에 새로운 요소를 보려고 한 건데 안도감이 들지 않냐고요? 아니요 방해돼요. 누군가한테 던져버리고 싶어요 이거. 저 위에 저거 못 가는 건가요? 아무리 봐도 갈 수 있는 곳이 없는데? 계단. 아 이거 박물관을 잘못 만들어놨어. 누가 설계한 건지 모르겠는데 잘못 만들었어요. 아 여기 있다. 여기 있다. 이거를 못 봤네요. 설정하기 세계 챔피언. 여기부터 가볼게요. 영어만 하네요. 영어만 하네요. 계단을 저쪽이 아니라 여기 반대쪽도 뚫어놨어야죠. 에필로그?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
괜히 왔다. 시간 낭비했다. 아무것도 없네요.
설정하기 세계 챔피언은 게임 설정을 아주 빠르게 많이 조작하면 달성할 수 있어요.
예를 들어서 이런 건가? 아니겠죠? 잘 모르겠어요. 많이? 아이 귀찮다. 나갈게요. 아 네 들어야 돼요. 이거는 들어야 돼요. 얘 양동이 왜 안 버리지?
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
네, 다 봤어요.
Ready to move on now?
뭐지? 맞아 이거 끄면은 허전해요.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
대학교 도전 과제야.
Okay, yes.
대학교 과제라고 이 정도는.
I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
대학교 도전 과제란다. 대학교 과제.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This
대학교
isn't a
졸업작품이에요.
coherent video game at all.
대학교
It's a
도전
lot of
과제가
gags. And I do
대학교
very much
도전 과제라고
enjoy
그랬어.
creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2."
이
Let me see if I
아저씨
can whip something up.
컨텐츠 딸리니까
Perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
컨텐츠 딸리니까 자기 입으로
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was
달라지는 거 없어?
employee number
잠깐만
427.
스킵 안 할게요.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
풍선주가요? 아니 그거 말고요.
How long to push them and in what order. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
이게 다야? 맞겠어?
Stanley picked up.
잠깐 내려놔. 여기 들어가는 게 없어졌네?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
왜 돌아온 거지?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
양동이가
employee
그를
lounge
불러
was simply the
직원
place to
휴게실이야말로
be.
그가 있어야 할 곳이라고 말한 것을 들었죠.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
양동이가
correct?
옳았던
Was this
걸까요?
better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
추가 컨텐츠와 본 컨텐츠로 탄생하는 새 컨텐츠들의 대환장 파티를 즐기세요.
No. said the bucket.
No.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go
Yeah.
there. Go to the cargo lift.
Cargo lift. 전화 어디 있어요? 전화? 여기 왼쪽에? 뭐야 잠깐만 이거 안 되나? 이런 길이 있었나 원래? 없었던 것 같은데. 아! 좀 보이네? 근데 이거잖아요. 이거 모으는 거야? 정말로?
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried.
진짜
So,
모으는 거였어?
I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
오. 아니 그냥 점프를 무제한으로 할 수 있게 만들어주지 거참 씨. 여기는 뭐야? 뭐야? 왜? 원래? 전혀 알 수 없는 곳으로 와버렸어요. 뭐지? 길도 없는데? 테이프 잡을 수 있는 것도.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. Still,
수상할
haven't
정도로
figured out why
양동이의
I
진심인
see the
개발자.
world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful.
뭐야?
Because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
뭐야?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone.
Finally. This is great, he thought to
달라요,
himself.
근데.
This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
잡지마. 잡지마. 처음으로 다시 돌아온 거야. 풀어줬어. 잡지마 이제.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
근데요, 저 처음에 오른쪽으로 갔잖아요. 2번이 이제 DLC잖아? DLC니까 DLC 상태에서 시키는 대로 하면 어떻게 될까? 가보자. 전부 찾으면 보상이 있을 것이다? 아, 이게 6개구나. 아, 그러네요. 여기에 다 있네요. 빨간과 파란 모두 어딘가 있어. 아, 그 빨간 방 파란 방이야? 빨간 방 파란 방 거쪽이구나 이건. 계단? 계단 한두 개가 아닌데. 잠깐만! 여기 아무것도 없냐?
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
볼일? 여기서 잘라고. 왜 아예 화장실 갔다 올까? 여러분 볼일 보라니까 화장실 갔다 올게요. 잠깐. 그냥 갔다 올게요. 잠깐만 좀만 비. 혹시 아무 일 없었나요? 아무 일 없었나요 진짜? 안 봐도 되나봐요? 다시 보기 안 봐도 되나봐요? 진짜 아무 일도 없었구나. 정말 이럴수가.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
이 계단이?
boss's
이
office.
계단을 말하는 걸까? 근데 일단 지금은 근데 시키는 대로 한다고 그랬으니까 위로 갈래요. 여기 뭐가 바뀌었는지 확인 좀 해보고 싶어요. 밖에 비가 오는 건가? 이게 빗소리 같은데? 오!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs?
다 모아야 될 거야.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under
50%를
your
채웠어.
belt.
50%. 만약 사장이 손해를 봤다면 그건 사장이 선택한 일이고 사장은 자신이 한 말을 사장 스스로 알고 있기 때문이지. 깔끔하네요. 그러니까 깔끔하네요. 좋네요. 이 소리 좋다.
Here's the door. Just go.
안 눌러도 되네 이제? 진짜 안 눌러도 되네요? 여기에 하나 있다고요? 아니야, 딱히 없잖아. 안 보이는데 근데?
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanley
이거 무슨
and
인트랑
figures.
매칭되는 거지 이거?
What do you think, Stanley? What name better
그러니까요.
encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
벽난로? 전혀 벽난로 같지가 않은데요? 일단 보여요? 일단? 제대로 보이지도 않을 텐데 이거 보여요? 정말 눈을 갖다 대야 보이거든요? 저거요? 살짝 보이긴 해요. 눈을 갖다 대야 돼요 아예. 문이 열리기 전에 벽난로였다.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
아, 이런 데 있는 거 아니야? 이런 데 있는 거 아니야? 아, 여기는 똑같은가? 똑같은가? 아, 그러네. 맞아요, 맞아요. 벽난로로 위장한 문 맞아요. 아! 아, 별거 없으면은 일단 나가게.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
아니면
What
여기서
horrible
내가
secret did this place hold?
못 본 게 있나?
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
못 본 건 없는데? 저거 온오프 다 눌러봤으니까? 시크릿? 여기 온 김에 그거나 보고 갈까? 헉, 잠깐만 이거 갈 수 있어요? 으아!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of
네,
ours.
잘 됐네요.
So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave?
진짜?
New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
어, 엔딩
You won't hear
전용곡이야?
it anywhere else in the
정말?
game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
근데 제목이 길다. 그 옛날 개그 콘서트에서 닥터피쉬라는 코너 아시나요? 닥터피쉬? 닥터피쉬에서 날 두고 가지마 이 사람아 라는 곡 제목이 있는데 그거는 나만 얘기해 주고 옛날 진짜 거의 10년 전 20년 전 얘기니까 나만 얘기해 주고 얘기 괜히 꺼냈다.
You should have been careful, you should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but
예전엔 버그였는데 이제는 엔딩이 됐어.
I believe in you, I believe in your ability to cross this
예전엔 버그였는데 엔딩이 됐다고.
Chase your dreams, but railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
아 싫어요. 양동이 왜? 싫어요. 싫다고 이거 왜? 손에서 뗄 수도 없는데. 그러면
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
아래
left.
계단을 내려가 본다? 거기? 일단 회의실 한번 다시 한번 가보자. 여기에 아니요? 그건 아니에요. 양동이 드는 거랑은 관련 없는 것 같고 빨간과 파란 모두 어딘가에서 계단과 관련되어 할 일. 그러니까 저거는 여기 계단에서 아래쪽으로 내려가면 피규어가 있는 것 같아요. 네, 벽난로였어요. 그리고 아까 얻은 건. 그리고 빨간과 파란 모두 어딘가에서는 이거는 반대쪽 아닌가? 오른쪽 문으로 가야 나오는 거 아닌가?
양동이 들어서 나오는 새 컨텐츠도 있습니다.
아 그래요? 아 고집한다. 아 닫아버렸어.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
아 여기 있다.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number. And that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them.
여기 온
And now we have
김에
them all.
새 거를 좀 보고
You
싶어서.
can't go
아 다른
back
거
to when
보고
you had
싶어서요.
no Figler and
그러니까
Marines.
엔딩이긴
None
했는데
of us
다른
can.
엔딩이 또 있었는지 몰라서 그래요. 아 양동이 없다고요? 아
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
아,
his
새
chest
컨텐츠가
and
생기는 거는
entered the door
아니다.
on his left.
아, 그건 아니다. 그건 아니다. 새 컨텐츠 안 생기면 굳이 뭐 봐야 될 게 있나? 빨강 파랑이면 이쪽이잖아요. 그쵸? 근데 여기에 내가 무슨 뭐 전화 받는 이벤트 그런 거 아까부터 계속
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
마지막에 해보죠 그러면.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Cargo lift.
Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
꼭대기까지? 왜? 잠깐만. 이거 중도에 이거 벗어나야 되는 거 아니야?
Of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
저는
did
지금은
whatever the
괜찮아요.
bucket asked.
루이지 맘님 5,000원 후원 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 저는 괜찮아요. 의외로 제가 원래 3D 멀미 심한 사람인데 이 게임은 괜찮네. 의외로. 왜 그러지? 멀미에 신경 쓰지 않게 자꾸 말하는 아저씨가 괴롭혀서 그런가?
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it.
그러면
This
떨어뜨려.
misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
여기 어디야? 아예 처음 보는 곳인데? 뭐야! 아예 처음 보는 곳이야!
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
이 새끼 뭐야?
Simply enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
여기서 나는 솔직히 X 누르고 싶은데 아니야! 당신은 양동이가 아니야.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
진짜?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
진품, 명품. 아, 이런 게임이었구나. 나 이거 진짜 몰랐거든요. 두 번째까지도 아니겠지.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
보통 2번까지 틀린 거하고 3번에서 정답 내보내.
Item 3.
그것도 양동이는 맞죠? 진품 명품. 이거를 보건데 이것은 홀로그램도 아니고 3D 프린터도 아니고 누가 봐도 진품 양동이인데? 아니야, 근데 이거 레버가 위로 빳빳하게 서 있잖아. 이것은 양동이가 아니라 양동이 모조품입니다.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
세 번째 양변에서 아니라고 하셨네요. 다시 보니까 아닐 것 같더라고요. 이게 양동이로 보이냐? 이건 맞지. 여기서 누르면은 하하 바보신가요? 뭐 이런 거 할 거야. 이런 거 누르면 하하 당신은 바보신가요? 이게 어떻게 양동이인가요? 뭐 이럴 수 있어. 근데 궁금하니까 눌러볼게요.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Incredible.
Is this a bucket?
여기서 이거를 누르잖아요? 제발 정신을 차리세요. 당신은 무슨 귀신에 쓰인 건가요? 아니면 마약이라도 먹었나요? 뭐 이런 데서 나올 것 같아요. 하지만 궁금하니까 눌러봐야지.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
예?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
뭐야? 뭐야? 눌러?
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something.
나도 알아,
Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
나도 알아, 임마. 근데 여기서 내가 맞다고 그러면은 네 머리통이 헷갈리겠지? 왜 이놈이 이러나?
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Oh, 그래?
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what.
나도 양동이야.
I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets. Okay?
나도 양동이
we'll know
없었어.
that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person.
안 보여.
All right, here we go.
돌아왔네요. 돌아왔네요. 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 이게 다요? 뭐야?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
화이트보드 엔딩. 강아지 모드. 화이트보드 엔딩? 여기는
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
이거 들지 맙시다. 원래 저는 피규어를 피규어를 얻으려고 거기 온 거였으니까 클릭된다고요? 응? 좋네요. 좋네요. 뭐야? 여기도 바뀌는 거야? 아예 모든 곳에서 다 바뀌는구나.
Set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
오른쪽 갈게요. 오른쪽.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
소리 봐봐. 소리 울려 이제. 되게 미세한데?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
네, 있어요.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
설마 다야?
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward
and we can't have that.
야, 다야,
So,
거짓말하지 마.
instead, I'll just say it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
다야? 정말? 거짓말하지 마. 여기 들어가면 결국 똑같은 거잖아. 진짜 리얼인가 본데? 똑같은 거잖아요? 리트. 아, 뭐야, 개소리. 개소리 이거 잠깐. 못 끄지 않아 이거? 그 엔딩 봐서 꺼야 되잖아. 아, 화이트보드 그거 가끔 가다 나오는 거 아니에요? 몰라?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
하, 여기 우리 DLC 처음 시작했을 때 그거잖아요? 와우, 여기를 다시 오게 될 줄은 몰랐는데? 행복한 공간 개와 함께 다시 왔다. 그러니까요. 뭐가 바뀌었을까요? 길이 여기가.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
뭐야? 뭐야? 응?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of
나를
them,
너무
let alone
무시하시네.
6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
어? 이거 그래도 길 따라서는 가야 할 것 같으니까. 그러니까요. 엔딩이 또 이상하게.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
여기죠. 화장실이죠.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
저절 열어주는구나.
Let's see, what came next?
Whoa.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room,
여기
but it's
왔었다고?
here in the memory zone. So
아니야, 기억 왜곡하지 마. 이런 적 없었어. 기억 왜곡하지 마세요. 우리가 언제 이런 방 왔다고. 어두운 공간이 혹시 진짜 여기? 아니 그건 아닐 건데. 절대 이렇게 안 생겼는데?
This was the
절대 그렇게 안
fifth
생겼던 것
mini-stand,
같은데?
and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
뭐야 이 개 허접한 거. 글씨체 봐. 와, 진짜 개 허접하다. 와, 뭐예요 이게? 이거 아니야 40대 아저씨가 아니야. 한 60대 이제 할아버지 할머니 되시 딱 넘어가시는 분들이 컴퓨터 영상 만드는 법 처음 배우고 만들 때 이렇게 만드시는데.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
빨간 방, 파란 방.
And then, Stanley, we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works?
이거 내가
All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a fiddly and I thought to myself, yes, that's
내가
all
몬
of them.
순서에 따라
They're
이벤트가
all
조립되나 보다.
connected. It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
여기는 똑같네요 어차피. 저 영상도 6개 있겠는데? 몰라요 그거. 어우. 당신은 지금 잠깐만 여기. 점프 안 되네? 점프 되는 원인 줄 알았어.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
끝이야?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there somewhere we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
네, 강아지 모드예요.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
크레탄이 1,000원 구원 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them.
전혀 아닌 것
I'm very
같은데?
glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
여긴 뭐야? 크레탄이 1,000원 감사합니다. 투네이션에 저 개소리 TTS 있는 거 예전에는 저거 많이 썼는데.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
요즘은 근데 투네이션에 목소리가 하도 많아가지고 개소리 이제 안 쓰게 되더라고요. 예전에는 저 되게 많이 썼는데 나. 센주도 예전에도 썼는데 지금은 잘 안 써요.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
뭐야, 여기 돌아가는 길이잖아. 없지? 에, 여기는 돌아가는 길이에요? 근데 뭘 해야 되는 거지 여기서? 아! 이게 여기로 나오네요. 아, 여기 우리가 여기 왔었지? 그리고 여기에 수많은 어트랙션들이 있었지. 점프하는 거.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more.
내 과거 회상이면은 이거 점프해서 충전해줘야 되는 거 아니야? 네, 됐었어요 실제로. 아, 못 보셨구나. 점프 실제로 됐는데 저 남은 점프가 저 점프를 다 해야 다음 길이 열리는 줄 알고 점프 무지성 누르다가 다 써버렸어. 말장난이죠?
Oh yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
네, 어디로 가든 여기는 똑같은 것 같아요. 오케이?
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with, well, a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
이번이 마지막 루프인 것 같은데? 얘 말하는 거를 보면은
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
잠시만.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Get the bucket. 여기서 사장실 백스텝이요? 아니 못 봤어요. 그거나 보러 갈까? 게임을
Yet there was not
완전히
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
이거 껐다 진짜 껐다 키라는 거야? 사장실 들어갈 때 백스텝 하는 거 있다고 그래가지고 그거나 좀 볼게요.
Here's the door.
다시. 어? 전화 안 받아줘. 왜 안 받아줘요 근데? 뭐 개소리 없어졌어. 아닌데? 뭐지? 이거 아니야? 이거 아니면 저거 아니야?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Understood. Your order will be canceled immediately. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
이거 아니 이거 얘가 업무를 하다가 얘한테 뭘 주문을 했는데 주문 내용이 이게 맞나요? 네 맞는 것 같습니다. 확인하는 내용 같은데 그냥 그 내용 같은데요. 그냥 영양가 있는 내용은 아니고 맞죠? 영자랄 맞지?
영자랄 치리스.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
한 번 더 눌렀으면 다음 판 재밌었을 텐데.
이미 지나갔어요. 크레탄이 1,000원 고를 감사합니다. 나 뭐해야 이제 마무리 할 수 있는 거지?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
여기서 그대로 사장실 쪽으로 가야 하나? 이거는 거의 못 봤죠.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
이거 해볼까요? 완전히 리셋하라는 건데? 제 시작? 제일 마지막에? 뭐가 있긴 한 거 같거든요? 뭐야 여기 왜 열렸어? 왜 열렸어 여기?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
스탠리와 양동이는 사장실로 가는 계단에 올랐습니다.
들어가면 양동이 스킨 줘요.
헐 그거 왜 이제 말했어요. 크레탄이 1,000원 감사합니다. 왜 아무 일도 안 생기지? 아! 왜 아무 일도 안 생겨? 어?
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication.
아니 이거 무슨 뭐 왜 갑자기 다쳐?
Crushed by the.
이거 왜 갑자기 다치냐고 이거.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
숨 쉬어라, 숨 쉬어. 야, 숨 쉬어라. 무슨 뭐 쇼미더머니 나왔냐?
Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
뭐지? 아무 일도 안 생기는데?
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
이게 다야?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. See? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
됐냐? 됐냐? 난 만족스럽다 이제. 만족스럽다 이제.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
나 나간다. 이번에는 진짜 무슨 일 없는 거 다 아니까 나갈게. 다음에 올 때는 여기가 진짜 문이 닫혀있겠군요. 양동이를 들어도. 그래서 우리 뭐 하는 거였더라? 사장실 가는 거였지?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
이거 어려워 근데.
Stepping in.
에? 이게 다야? 저는 갈라고 그랬는데 내 문이 잠겨서 돌아갈게요. 게임을 완전히 재시작해. 아 싫어요. 아 싫어. 여기 근데 열려있니? 열려있네? 여기 닫혀있네? 열어놨네? 다 열려있네? 내려놓고 싶은데? 뭐야! 떠나는 중. 탈출 포드구역 760층 754. 여기는 잠겨있고요. 어두워. 아 설마 이거 내가 직접 손으로 다 일일이 가야 한다는 그건가요? 자, 근데 생각을 해봅시다. 이거 진짜 엄청난 함정이 있어요. 이렇게 계속 반복되는 짓을 하다 보면은 플레이에 집중력이 떨어지잖아. 그래서 아마 759층쯤에서 갑자기 뭔가 놀래키는 게 있을 거예요. 함정 그런 거 있겠지? 여기서 집중력이 떨어질 때쯤이잖아? 갑자기 여기서 뭔가가 와장창 떨어진다거나? 원래? 진짜 끝이네? 탈출구 진짜 끝이야? 이게 다야? 원래? 왜 이게 끝이지? 전진 아예 아무것도 안 보이지만 전진할게요. 안 보이는 게 정상임? 보인다. 양동이를 바닥에 내려놓고 뭐야? 오! 왜 내가 나가는 게 아니야? 왜 내가 나가는 게 아니라 왜 쟤를 보내? 내가 나가야지. 양동이 없으면 내가 나간다고요? 아, 양동이 때문에 추가된 컨텐츠구나 저거요. 그렇군요.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
여러분 이제 슬슬 이 게임 마무리 지으려고 그러거든요? 이거 마무리 짓기 전에 꼭 봐야 하는 엔딩이 뭐가 있나요? 꼭 봐야 하는 거 마무리 짓기 전에 전화 보고 재시작하자고요? 백스텝 아까 백스텝으로 나온 거잖아. 아까 백스텝으로 나온 엔딩이 그거예요. 어디 갔어?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
아니 리셋돼야죠. 양동이 탈출했더라도.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
전화 어딨지? 여기 가서
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
여기 아니지 않아? 잠깐만.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years
여기를
ago.
가라고요? 네, 위로 갈게요. 그거는 볼게요.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
뭐야? 어디 있어? 들어가야 되나? 원래? 왜 기억이 안 나지? 나 여길 왔었나?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
이걸 어떻게 뽑는데?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
그래, 임마.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
아니요, 무성 영화 아니라 뭔 얘기를 하려고 그랬는데 그냥 안 하는 게 나을 것 같아서.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
양동이가 몇 대요? 양동이가 몇 대요? 쳐. 멈춰구나. 멈춰. 바게스가 돌아. 뭐야? 맞지요? 돌아가면 되겠지요? 그렇지?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. But unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
감사합니다. 진작에 이랬어야 되지 않냐 근데 이거? 회사인데? 진작에 이런 거 해놨어야지. 와우, 문도 저절로 열어주고요. 지금까지 안 해놓은 게 이상한 거예요.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
왼쪽? 잠깐만, 여기로 가면은.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
아, 싫어.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
에이, 싫어. 나갔다가 열받게 해야지. 뭐야 아무 일도 안 생기네? 나갔다가 또 가야지. 진짜 그냥 왼쪽으로 가는 게 맞나봐. 이제 별일 없네요. 왼쪽 가야겠다.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do?
뭘 어떻게 엔딩이나 보여주셔 빨리.
No, I have to.
여기에 뭐 있는 거 알잖아.
I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
아!
I'm still here, in this pile of rubbish, with you, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it?
That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it.
내가
and
거기로 안 간 이유는
it would have been so
이미 엔딩을
perfect.
봤기
I worked
때문이야.
so hard on it. I tried so hard to make behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
이미 오른쪽 문에서 대기 타고 있어.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
왼쪽 안 보인다.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
왼쪽은
All
안중에도
right.
없어. 시야에도 없어. 문
Stanley
하나밖에
came to
없어.
a set of 2
문 하나밖에
open
없어 이미.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
왼쪽? 왼쪽 여기. 왼쪽. 여기 좋아. 왼쪽이잖아.
No! Why did you do that?
아니 나 왼쪽으로 왔잖아.
Hurry back.
왼쪽으로 왔잖아. 왜 그래? 나 왼쪽으로 왔잖아.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door
게임이
on his left.
완전히 고장난 듯.
그래? 그러면은 왼쪽으로 갈게요. 여기. 이렇게. 맞지?
No! Why did you do
아니
that?
왼쪽 맞잖아. 왜 그래?
Hurry back.
왼쪽이잖아. 아이씨.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
진짜 이때 가야 되나?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
아니지? 안 갈 거야. 안 갈 거야.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
끝이 보인다.
Behave exactly as
점점
Stanley
이게
would.
리셋되는 그 간격이 되게 짧아져요.
And always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
아닌데?
Behave exactly as Stanley would.
똑같은데?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
님들 무슨 일이 생긴 거예요? 그러니까 게임이 완전히 지금 똑같아요 완전히. 완전 똑같아요.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
이젠 진짜 여기로 가야겠다. 진짜 가야겠다. 아니에요, 여기 갈게요. 저기 있는 거는 뇌절 같아. 아 그래요? 원래 엔딩 나와야 된다고요? 원래?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
뭐야?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
여기 아예 못 가네요 이제? 뭐야? 완전 달라. 아니야 그냥 갈게요 이번에는. 완전 달라가지고.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover
완전히
no
달라가지고
indication
이거는
of any
그래도 가야 될
human
것
life.
같아요.
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
Nightshark 115.
He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Nightshark 115?
뭐야 그거? 어떻게 하는 거예요?
스크레탄이 1000원 구원 감사합니다.
Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver.
나이트
right
샤크
there on the wall.
115.
나이트 샤크 115. 나이트 샤크 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
네,
You
안
didn't
되잖아요.
mishear me, did you?
들려.
Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial
아니 눈치가
step.
있으면은 이 상황을 보고 확인을 해. 눈치가 있으면? 왜 이렇게 눈치가 없어 지금? 네.
Okay, fine. You're not gonna do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
너 열받게 하려고. 너 열받게 하려고 갔다 어쩌래.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
어?
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
와, 이거 그거 같아. 인터스텔라 같아.
Are you listening to me?
인터스텔라 그 제4의 벽에 빠진 주인공 같아.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me?
보이콧 엔딩이야.
Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, are you there?
보이콧 엔딩이에요. 보이콧 엔딩.
Okay.
그러니까 적당히 조달거렸어야지.
You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct.
그렇지 않니? 적당히 조달거렸어야지.
That's all right.
이것은
I'll wait for you to
내가
decide
너에게
what's the
하는
right
최소한의
thing to
복수다.
do. Take as much time as you need.
어? 끝이네요? 이거 엔딩 다 보려면은 껐다 켜보자. 아! 그것만 하고 그러면은 마무리 지을게. 어차피 이게 다른 게임이 그러니까 다른 엔딩이 많은 건 아는데 다 못 보는 거 어차피 알잖아요? 껐다 키기. 자꾸 이거 게임이 소리가 우우우 하는 소리 난다 자꾸. 뭐야? 이거 왜 입력해 지금? 왜? 아! 그거 없어? 아 그거 없어? 아! 다음번에 게임을 실행하고 이 화면을 볼 때는 시계를 가장 당신이 좋아하는 시간으로 설정하세요. 원하는 시간을 고르세요. 정확한 시간이 되어도 당신은 충분한 자격이 있어요. 원래? 또 껐다 켜요? 우와, 근데 이거 되게 그럴듯한 타이틀이다. 일단 껐다 켜볼게요. 아니 무서웠긴 한데 저 타이틀 되게 마음에 들어요. 당신이 하루 중에 22시로 할걸. 아 아 22시는 안 되는 거야. 당신 자기도 모르게 시간을 다시 정확하게 맞추신 건가요? 결국엔 당신이 시간을 정확히 맞추는 것을 얼마나 좋아하는지 알게 됐어요. 이게 얼마나 정확한지 궁금해. 또 다른 슬라이드를 사용해 알아봅시다. 얼마나 정확한가요? 아무렇게나 된다 그러지 않았냐 근데? 저는 이 설정을 조정하는데 아주 좋은 시간을 보내고 있답니다. 당신을 더 많이 알게 된 것 같아. 당신 설정하기를 좋아한다는 걸요. 데이터를 수집하길 잘했네요. 슬라이드가 더 있으면 좋겠네요. 가지고 있는 슬라이드는 전부 살펴봤어요. 새로운 슬라이드를 발견해서 당신에 대한 새로운 데이터를 수집할 수 있을 거예요. 뭐야? 뭐 MBTI 검사하냐? 다음에 실행할 때 준비돼 있다고요? 아 진짜 씨. 아 이제 게임 끄고 심하게 하려니까 이제 슬라이더 이건 있었지. 예? 아이 귀여워. 아이 이게 아이 뭐예요 이게? 어? 네, 안 할게요 이번엔. 네. 네. 애초에 시간이란 뭐죠? 뭔 줄 알고 네 아니오야 질문이. 무한도전 그거 보는 것 같다. 하하씨는 서브프라임 사태에 대해 어떻게 생각하십니까? 그러니까 하하가 전 반대입니다 이랬잖아. 도와줘요. 네. 네. 사실 안 올 겁니다. 네, 2008년이요. 근데 요즘 무한도전 많이 나오잖아요.
This is the story of a man.
아무것도 없지? 여러분, 오늘 이 스탠리 패러블은 여기까지 할게요. 여기까지 할게요. 제접하면요 진짜 그것만 확인해보자. 진짜 그것만 해보자. 그것만 확인해보자. 진짜. 그리고 2부로 얘기했던 메이플은 못할 것 같아요. 12시 반이 넘어가지고 2부 하기에는 조금 늦은 시간 같아. 내가 애초에 방송 계획에서도 시간 남으면은 2부 한다고 그랬잖아. 근데 12시 반이라 가지고 네. 뭐야? 바로 방송하는 게 나을 것 같아. 뭐야? 너무 늦었어. 원래 1시쯤 방송하는데 생각보다 게임이 잘 빠져가지고 어차피 메이플은 다음에 또 할 거니까. 다음번에 게임 시작할 때 전 여기 없을 거예요. 하지만 괜찮습니다. 그래? 비디오 게임 원래 혼자 하는 거니까요. 혼자 있는 걸 좋아하잖아요. 안 그런가요? 어떻게 알았어? 너 감시 카메라 설치했냐? CCTV 깔았냐? 어떻게 알았어? 끝이네요? 뭐야 에필로그 있는데? 원래 있었나? 에필로그? 수많은 해가 지나고? 네, 그때 거기네. 사막. 달을 향해 걸어가는 중.
이게 원래 게임을 궁금할 때 다시 시작하고 중간에 끊고 하는 걸 노린 거라 들었습니다.
크레탄이 1000원권을 감사합니다. 안 보여! 부금이 클 것 같은데? 진짜 안 커요? 그죠, 크죠? 제가 볼 때는 여기 부금은 조금 클 것 같거든.
이게 회사에서 시작된 게임.
그럴까봐요? 스탠리 페러블2는 지루하고 영감없어 팬들을 모욕한다. 아무도 관심 주지 않을 때 구역으로 옮겨간다. 무한히 깊은 구멍 누가 그딴 거 신경 쓴다고. 이런 2편의 전환토조차 불완전하게 느껴진다. 스탠리 페러블의 소편제작이 취소되었다는 소식이 들린다고?
저 쿠키고은 스팀 리뷰 파트에서 나온 사람이에요.
진짜예요 저거? 1000원 후원을 감사합니다. 근데 이 스탠리 페러블이 원래 후속작이 나온다고 한 게 한참 냈다가 미루고 했다가 이제 나온 거거든요? 나 그건 알고 있어. 원래 이게 작년에 나온다 재작년에 나온다 그 얘기 되게 많았었거든요. 확실한 건 작년이나 재작년에 나왔으면은 저는 이 게임 못할 뻔했다. 왠지 아십니까? 짐? 뭐야? 뭐야? 스탠리 버튼이 있네요. 와우. 잠시만. 아니 아, 여기도 있네? 단가? 단가? 나갈 수가 없는데? 새로운 콘텐츠를 플레이해주셔서 감사합니다. 다네? 다네? 이게 엔딩이야? 진짜 아무것도 없어? 내레이터의 문제였습니다. 사람들이 그의 작품을 어떻게 생각하냐에 너무 집착했죠. 그와 똑같은 실수를 하지 마시기를. 유산에 연연하지 마시고 불타게 내버려두세요. 사실 제가 보여드리죠. 우리는 함께 스탠리 패러블 3를 만들어 나갈 겁니다. 게임 타이틀 하면서 숫자를 바꾸기만 하면 됩니다. 이 게임을 위해 크고 화려하죠. 정말로 멍청해 보이는 부제목이 필요하죠. 어서요. 우리 게임의 새로운 제목을 만들기 이미의 단어들을 조합해보세요. 네? 폭발 아이스크림? 사각형 문어 아이스크림? 뭐야, 아무것도 안되는데? 사각형 문어 아이스크림 원자죠. 뭐야? 앞에를 먼저 해야 되는구나. 아기 폭발? 폭발은 예술이다. 맘에 듭니다. 게임을 다시 시작할 때는 속편의 수를 하나씩 추가한 다음 새로운 부제를 골라내겠습니다. 당신이 이걸 계속하더라도 게임 그 자체는 아무것도 변하지 않을 겁니다. 더 많은 콘텐츠를 추가하는 것은 마치 작업처럼 느껴지죠. 그럴 필요는 없습니다. 이 계획을 추진해야 할까요? 저희 어차피 당신에도 반응과 있으면 좋겠습니다. 하자. 설마 이거 이번엔 12시 해야지? 호화로운 폭발! 스탠리 패러블 3! 호화로운 폭발! 만약에 나갔다 오면? 한 번만 더. 한 번만 더. 진짜. 이거 원래 진작에 끝냈어야 되는데 이거 왜 못 끝내는 거야? 포? 포야? 잠깐만. 구워진 동료. 오!
This is the
그러고 게임 내용은 되게 평범하네요. 그러고? 오케이. 여기까지 하겠습니다. 진짜 딱 한 번만. 딱 한 번만. 5가 아니야? 5? 딱 한 번만 진짜. 진짜 마지막이에요. 진짜 마지막이에요. 여기서 더 안 할 거예요? 아니, 더 안 할 거예요. 여기서 진짜 마지막이에요. 5? 금지된 구멍 정신 지배장치? 금지된 물? 의사.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
그런 거 같은데요? 레버 돌리러 가는 건 어디 있나요? 아니 그냥 끊을까? 레버 돌리러 가는 거 어디 있나? 그거만 볼까? 아.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
나는 이미 제 시작을 많이
decided to go
했잖아요.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
돌아왔어. 빠켓스. 아 맞아 기억났다. 여기 박람회장. 이제
You
그
see,
레버.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I
9년
say
만에
we
나왔죠,
take it
9년 만에.
one step even further. Which is why I'm
확장팩이
very
9년
proud
만에.
to announce for the first time
빨리
ever
스킵
the
버튼
Stanley
가져와.
Parable 2.
와우. 그래도 아까보다는
Yes, you see, isn't this
훨씬
far
빨라요.
superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new
그러게, 우리는
territory we'll
5인데?
cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience,
여기는
built from the ground
숫자 한
up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
빨리 레버
But
당기러
let's
가자.
take a look at some of the features I've been developing for
이제
it.
네 얘기 알아
I
이제.
figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting
난 여기 뭐가 있는지
concepts,
알지.
that surely the game
여기에
will sort of naturally spring up
과제.
around them. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
저기 공짜로 새롭고 쉬운 도전과제 얻기. 그냥 바로 달성하세요. 여기 이제 고쳐졌다고 그랬잖아요? 진짜예요.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
바뀌었네요.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give
아닌가?
you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
진짜야.
As you can see, the
님들
machine is not
이거
working yet.
안 보이겠지만
Well,
진짜 도전과제
wait, what
됐어요.
in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
도전과제 진짜 달성됐어요.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just
갑자기
breathe.
여기서 땅이 꺼지고 딴 데로 가는 거 아니야? 아니지? 아니지? 다 된 거지? 진짜 여기서 끊을 수 있는 거지? 끊자. 여러분 진짜 끊을게요 진짜. 아이고.
What else? What other exhibits
아니야
have we
우리
seen
다
yet?
봤어. 끊어. 여기서 끊어. 자, 이 게임은요 모든 엔딩을 다 회수하려면은 몇십 시간이 다 걸리니까 제가 모든 엔딩을 다 회수하지는 않았지만 이 정도면은 충분히 다 즐긴 거 아닌가? 여기에 이제 에필로그 DLC 버전 에필로그까지 다 봤고 나머지는 여러분들이 사가지고 해보는 걸로 하겠습니다. 어차피 나는 근데 다 본 거 같아. 이 정도면은 다 본 거, 볼 건 다 본 거 같아요.